I'm about to say, you want to go?
Check.
Where's our
You need a
All you gotta do is
So I got his roster.
Nope,
right
you
here.
got that roster.
Do you?
Oh, that roster.
no for
For stall? Okay.
stall
Okay.
Coach Messenger.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Check. Check 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Check 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
That's my thing.
Check 1, 2, 1, 2.
So that was kind of my
1, 2. See, I don't see the
listening to
meter
what
over
me
here
and you
moving,
talked
but
about
I sure
earlier.
hear 'em over
kinda
there.
like,
Yeah, well, that's
1, 2,
because
1, 2.
this is supposed to be a line input to this. You're supposed to do your boost from here. So if you have that way up, then it's gonna spike that into the red.
Right. It needs to be about right here.
everything else
Last
but
time we had it
football.
down about 20.
So, well, come on, we'll walk and talk.
Yeah, 20 was where we had
This
it.
is hers. That's what she's here for.
And then we had the pots were turned up a little bit.
What's supposed to be on here?
That was
Joe
from the camera.
Still,
It was the
the
output from the
monsters.
Black Magic.
So I can change.
They really don't
You
have a
can
large
too.
team, don't they?
Huh?
It look like they have a large team.
No, you're talking about across the street.
The switcher.
They come here.
You know, it's like the Hatfields and McCoys.
Or not really, because there's not much of a fight over there. It's more the Hatfields and the...
Hatfield versus Hatfield. Let me bring my badge.
had it from last week. You can watch the game.
I think Richard leaving.
No, it's a different link. Different link. Each stream is a different link. How you doing, dear?
I'm doing good. Hopefully I can get some connection and you don't have to come down.
I'm sorry.
Take a picture of
Right
that.
back.
Send it to him.
Yeah, just remember it's
Gotta
case
make sure my
sensitive.
boy eats.
It's probably better if you type that in.
How was your week?
Right here, right? Yep.
Oh my God.
So, with him and the camera over there that he's got 3 cameras and playback, slow motion, all that kind of stuff. So what I'll do is I'll take this stuff out, except for the score, and then I go to him. Boom.
Right. Depending on what you got on. Now, of course, it's a really low resolution, but
Yeah, but hopefully most people. That's another thing.
that's like a 480 resolution.
Yeah. You saw it just then?
Yeah.
I think it's okay though. That scared the piss out of me.
What's that?
It was down here, and I'm like, what happened to all my stuff?
Oh, right. Sorry.
Energy.
Yeah, check your audio mixer and just make sure that the levels are good in the audio mixer.
No, not yet. I'm good. George, your wife coming out tonight?
No, she'll never come out.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, she's good. Yeah.
She's too bossy.
Okay.
Ah!
That's the boss lady. That's what I call her.
Oh yeah, I checked all those.
Okay, yeah, I just want to make sure this here was up all the way. All right, so that's good.
Yeah, last
Speakers
week I
are
had a
up
couple
here.
of bumpers too high when they were talking on it.
Ooh.
So they run you over while you're on the sideline? The boys look bigger when you're close to them.
One, 2, 3, 4.
And then on the sideline, Clay had to move me like the music. I'm learning where to stand.
You gotta watch that ball.
I do have to watch that ball.
Know where the ball is at all times.
Yes.
But
Battery here.
I think we still got the same place over here.
That looks good. On 1, on 2, on 3, on 4.
Yeah.
On 1, on 2. Oh,
Right here.
Which one are we listening to? Are we listening to the live broadcast or?
Yeah, it's a live broadcast.
Good, man.
On 1, on 2, on 3, on 4. 1, 2, 3.
Except a little bit of a reverb.
That's because we're listening to that. You're going to get that reverb.
Those headsets that got my inputs on the side, you turn them up and down.
I got you. How about this?
They ain't the greatest thing in the world.
Let me plug in the laptop and you still got that spare headset?
Yes, I do.
Perfect. This time I brought a cable with me to hopefully keep my phone charged throughout the whole thing. Instead of losing it halfway.
Where's the switcher at?
What you mean, but
The switcher itself. All I see is the audio thing there.
yeah, just minimize it. Just minimize that.
Oh, okay. I just want to put that head up.
Yep.
There you go. I did clear a spot right here for you.
Oh yeah, it's good. I just really just use this here for just monitoring. It's really nothing more than that.
Hey, next week I'm over at West Ashley,
Got you.
and I need to probably get the modem, the cellular modem.
Sailor?
Yeah. Have you ever dealt with one of those?
Yep.
Okay, good. I reckon I need to go.
Because they don't have no data out there?
I'm gonna find out Monday for sure. But if they don't, and they got a YouTube problem, I have to do that and just bypass them.
Right. Test. 1, 2, 3.
I mean, he does. Oh, yeah? Oh, wow.
Check. Check, check. Mic check. Do we know the percentage on the batteries? Battery life? Thank you. Mic check, turning off.
true. And good afternoon, everybody. I'm Rich Yeldman alongside Eddie Tilley. I want to welcome you here to FD Sports TV as we're going to be coming to you live here tonight for, well, Game 3, Week 3, and homecoming all in one here at the Fort tonight as we welcome in the RB Stall Warriors. They are, of course, coming off a tough loss against Somerville over at their home stadium, but their coach is talking to them before the game. They're very poised about getting the opportunity to go against some good competition tonight. Of course, your Fort Dorchester Patriots last week, big win. I'm talking the number 4 team in the state take down the number 17 Goose Creek Gators in style, Eddie. It was a 56-15, and to be honest with you, I didn't feel like it was ever a doubt from the kickoff. The momentum, being home for the first time, we carried all of that with us with a big win outside of the region, but definitely for bragging rights.
Yeah, you know, we talked about that a lot last week where we had, you know, the stands were just full of people, the energy, the excitement level. You know, that first week that game was good, but there's nothing like coming back home for that very first home game. And right from the kickoff, like you said, the offense really set the pace. It was just a lot of good execution, a lot of solid energy and effort. Obviously, Coach LaPrade was very pleased with his team's performance last week. Coming out of week 1, his biggest concern was the defense and how the defense had performed at Ashley Ridge. And coming in against Goose Creek last week, they did an excellent job. Goose Creek played tough. They played hard, but Fort Dorchester showed up. They showed up on offense. They showed up on defense. It was a great game. Looking forward to a great game tonight. You know, we've got the marching band here tonight for the homecoming. There's already more people in the stands than we had at this point last week. So it's just going to be an exciting night of football tonight.
Yeah, I agree with you, Eddie. As you look at what's happening here tonight, we've got the student section, if you're looking at the field to the left, socially distanced, and the band has markings in the stands where they will be putting their 1, 2, 3s and all the drum players across the board there to the right side of us. So I can tell you, I was here last night. Congratulations to our B team. They won last night against arch rival Somerville, 14-0. And I got to tell you, if we're going to beat anybody, that is on the schedule, and it's circled, highlighted with red writing and anything else that these coaches need to see, because anytime you can beat those guys up there on the other side of Somerville, we've always smiling. So, of course, it's a big win for them. And then our JV guys went across the way, Eddie. They went over to Stall. They picked up a very impressive win on the road. So it was a great night for the Fort. Our job is to maintain it here tonight to go to 3-0, because right now we're 2-0. We're 1-0 in the region. We come back to region play here tonight. With this win, it puts us in a really good position, Eddie. I mean, this is a team we understand that Stall is rebuilding. I talked to the head coach over there, and he is one of the great guys that coaches around us here, Coach Joe Bessinger, and he mentioned 5 guys returning from last year.
Yeah.
That's hard to do in 5A.
That's
it's
tough.
hard to do in 1A.
It is.
Right? And when
That's
you think
tough.
about it, nobody coming back on the defense, Eddie.
No, that's tough, you know, and obviously he's in a year where he's trying to build that program over there. He's doing an excellent job, you know, working really hard, and you know, it just takes time. It takes time to build a successful program. He's putting the essential pieces into play, but you know, this is where it's hard, is when now you're coming across the street practically to play a team, and you know the level of the team that you're playing, and you gotta build the expectation for your players. You don't want them coming in here, you know, with the wrong sort of expectation. You want them coming in here ready to fight, and you want to build something for the future. And so he's the kind of coach, you know, I was down there in that conversation when you're talking to him, you can just tell he's the kind of coach that he's working things out in his head. You can tell he's already figuring out how he's going to build this program, how he's going to begin, because RB Stall, that's a big high school over there. He's got a huge pool of students over there, and so he's just looking right now to figure out how he can begin to put that program together.
All right, so let's do this now. We're going to head down to that head coach down there from RB Stall and join Clinton Robinson down on the field with their head coach.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely
I
right.
will say this, though. The shed's pretty nice.
Yeah.
But the gasoline leaking from the lawnmowers and crap's pretty good.
That'll get to
You
you,
know
won't
what,
it?
though? I guess sometimes we're all about what it looks like on the outside.
Yeah.
We really don't give a damn about the inside.
All right, so what we're going to do, we're going to wait just a minute there. He's down there with the coach. And, again, talk a little bit about last week before we head back down there to Clinton Robinson Sr. He will be down on the sidelines catching up with all the coaches, getting all the interviews. As I see the head coach now making a beeline to him, as we can see there. So we'll have him in just a second. We look forward to hearing his angle, his direction, some of the pros and cons that he's looking at tonight. What is his, I guess, overall picture? So let's head down there now to Clinton Robinson Seniors. He is now with the head coach.
Real quick. Okay? Yeah, you're good. Better? Good. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, thanks and welcome to Fort D. FD Sports TV. I'm here with Coach Bester. How you doing today,
Hey, I'm
Coach?
doing good, sir. How are you?
Good,
Glad
good,
to be
good.
here, man.
Thank you. Hey, we appreciate you. We appreciate you.
Yeah.
So we know that there was a lot of changes this year. We lost some seniors, so we're almost starting fresh from all over, which sometimes isn't a bad thing.
Right.
What's the game plan to get these guys up to speed on where you want to get them as they're growing up through this program?
Well, one is consistency. Keeping the kids in the program. Number one, they got to maintain their academics. That's the number one thing.
Definitely.
We always tell them, you're no good to us if you're ineligible, if you don't handle the grades. So
That's right.
grades are the number. Student athlete, not athlete student.
There you go.
But not having an off season in terms of the weight room. We only got a couple months in after the season ended last week, and we got so many new faces this year. Right now, it's about learning how to play football, how to grow as a player, how to grow as a teammate, how to learning how to be coached. And then, we're going to take our lumps now in some areas because of our youth and our inexperience. But I tell them, you stay the course. We've got a plan in place. Stay the course. Get this game experience, and you'll see growth as we move along. And I'm very optimistic about what I've seen so far.
There you go. Great point of view, Coach. We appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
Good luck tonight.
Thank you very
All
much.
right.
Okay.
Thanks, y'all. Coach Messenger.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, catching up there with the head coach, with Clinton Robinson Sr. He'll be catching up with all the coaches here as we're now going to head back down there with him. I think he's caught up, well, just a minute, because now the coaches are going to meet at the 50 and have a conversation. So when we get a chance here in a minute, we'll go back down on the field. But a lot of great points there by their head coach down there. You and I talked to him before the game. Joe Bessinger is a guy who's taking this program, and he loves on these kids, not just on the field, but it's what he's doing off the field. And he and I built that relationship with Southern Sports Central. You and I, of course, talked about all the things that program brings to this community, but also seeing that he made the beeline to getting off the bus to you and I kind of speaks volumes of us.
Yeah, and I love what he was saying down there, a couple of the points that he made about this is game time experience. And that's what you really want to get across to the team, because they pretty much know what's going on coming in here, but you want to turn it to a positive, say, hey, this is about game time experience. So right now we're going to send it back down to Clinton on the sideline with Coach LaPrade.
There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, FD Sports TV, and once again, we are here with one and only Coach Steve LaPrade. I love that announcement. Hey, so Coach, now going on the region games. Last week we got out of the way. Great game. Moving forward, how do we prepare for those heavy hitters and possibly get even some second string in there and move forward? So what are we looking like?
We hope,
Correct.
Our big thing this week is being able, responsibility, be able to do what we're supposed to do.
That's right.
So hopefully come out here, we play a good ball game. Ball games were fit last year.
That's correct.
So that guy Joe does a great job. Coach Bessinger and his staff. Those kids are tough over there. So we got to come out and play. Yeah, we hope we get some in, but you never know, man. We made that first string in last play of the game.
There you go.
I don't take anybody lightly.
There you go. Coach, we appreciate it. Wish you good luck. All right,
Hey, man,
see you
thank
soon.
you.
Thank you. FD Sports TV.
All right, guys, so there you go. There's your head coach, of course, Steve LaPrade, looking for win number 151. Last week, by the way, if you weren't watching this, shame on you. And we say welcome here tonight. But it was last week that your head coach and ours got that 150, got the game ball by Coach Joey Steele. That's been one of those long-term coaches, and it was a secret that even Coach didn't know was coming. And we talked about it. We had a chance last week to for you and I to get to do the coaches show, and I thought that was pretty cool,
That was a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun. We got to meet Coach LaPrade's wife, and she talked about, she was really the driving force behind making all that happen, and kept it a secret from him. And of course we talked to him, and one of the comments was, he said, I can't tell you how many I've won. He said, I can tell you how many I've lost.
Right.
And he probably remembers every one of those very vividly, but that's just what makes him a great coach. It's what's part of the great program that he built out here at the Fort. Man, just I've seen very few coaches. I say very few, I shouldn't say that. Coach LaPrade is a standout. Sure. The man just gives and gives and gives, and beyond what the folks see him giving on the field, and obviously at practices and stuff like that, he spends a lot of extra hours. That coaches show, that Friday night, on a typical Friday night, he'll be here till 11, 12 o'clock at night. He's making sure he's hitting all the different sporting events that are going on, because it's not just about the football, it's about the tennis, it's about the swim, it's about the track, it's about the basketball, the wrestling, the volleyball, all those guys. And Coach LaPrade is behind them 100%. And they've really built a great culture here at Fort Dorchester High School for sports. Right. And last last week, you and I saw a student section that was real vigorous, and they were getting after it, and I'm looking at them over there tonight, and it's already about 2 times as big as it was last week, and we got about 20 minutes before game time. So I think we're going to have a real vigorous student section. We got the marching band here tonight, so this is just going to be a great, great night of homecoming football, Richie.
All right, well, let's do this. Let's grab some water. You guys do the same. We're going to be right back as you're listening, you're watching, and being entertained. It's homecoming right here at the Fort on FD Sports TV. We'll be right back. Hey, welcome back, everybody. I'm Rich Chapman alongside Eddie Tilley. Down on the field, we'll have Clinton Robinson Sr. getting us all the interviews, the updates, and all the information throughout tonight. As, of course, we're going to be bringing to you Homecoming 2020 here at the Fort. We welcome in RB Stahl coming in. They are 0-2 overall. They're 0-2 in the region after losing to West Ashley. A tough one against Somerville. Boy, I tell you, another big battle here tonight as, of course, you'll be able to kind of see some of the action around the Low Country. And we're going to keep an eye on Somerville and West Ashley. Of course, next week we'll be going to West Ashley. So if you can't make that trip, and there is a very small amount that can get in the stadium, so don't worry. We're going to make the trip for you. We're going to take care of you. We'll make sure that you are covered next week. But this week, we'll watch Somerville host West Ashley. And that game means a lot, Eddie, as you start to kind of look at region play. And you and I can kind of get into it a little bit here for a little while, because for me, this is a perfect season. I know there's a lot of people that want more football. They want this, that, and the other. But for me, the best of the best. Survive today, play tomorrow, and that's kind of how it is. And it started last week with teams losing 2 games in the region. You're basically out. Yeah. That's just how it's going to work. They'll take the number 1, the number 2 tonight. Week 3 will be more teams looking on the outside in. And unfortunately, of course, if you're over there at Somerville, you have to understand that West Ashley is 3-0. 2-0, excuse me. They're 2-0 also in the region. So if they win that game tonight at Somerville, and I don't know if it's homecoming or senior night or what night, but it's a big night for both teams, because West Ashley wins, they kind of pretty much clinch a spot in the playoffs. Somerville, on the other hand, is hoping in a couple of weeks to come in here and do a spoiler alert. But that being said, that kind of leaves somebody else to drive your car to kind of help you get through and into the playoffs. And, of course, Somerville, to talk about those guys, they haven't missed a playoff since 1967. That kind of tells you a little bit about how big that game in 2 weeks is going to be, even bigger to be that team to keep that other team out of the playoffs.
Yeah, and like you say, Richie, it's kind of like a dream season this season, because it's kind of like what the NFL faced this year in terms of, you didn't have any preseason games. You pretty much jumped right into it. And there's a lot of advantages to that. And for these teams here, these guys have been chomping at the bit. And while there are some disadvantages, obviously, your guys aren't getting as much work. They're not getting as much as team against team kind of going at it there. But at the same time, you're cutting down on your risk for injury from some of your star players. We'll probably get into the injuries here shortly. We've already had a few coming into tonight's game. But you're sort of cutting down on that with some games that maybe wouldn't be as crucial early on in the season. And so now you just sort of jump right into the meat of the season. And like you say, it's survival of the fittest. You win, you're in. You lose, you're out. And that can be tough for some teams. But at the same time, there might be something, you and I talked about this last week, who knows, we might see a hybrid that comes out of this. We've been doing football forever in the Low Country the same way. Here's a whole new, different way that was forced upon us by, means outside of our control. And so maybe we find a happy medium in there. Hopefully we learn some things from this season that'll help us moving forward into the next season.
No doubt about that. Of course, it's about 16 minutes and 30 seconds before we kick off the football game here today. Homecoming 2020. We'll get a homecoming queen announced. Of course, stay tuned. Don't go anywhere at halftime. We're going to give it to you. We're going to show you who's going to be crowned tonight's for Dorchester's Homecoming Queen 2020. So a lot of the good things are going to happen from kickoff to the final 4 quarters, and in between a little of that, I guess you would say a dessert, if you will, there. Now, Eddie, let's talk about some other big things happening last week, and we got to give a couple of attaboys. One of them is Zoltan Osborne, 14 for 20, 322 yards and 3 touchdowns in the air. But to me, Eddie, the most impressive thing was his touchdown in the end zone that he ran on his legs. That, to me, showed a sophomore, by the way, maturity has continued to show week after week. He's getting better. He sets his own personal goals, and he reaches those throughout each play, I believe. And then you start to look at him, you wouldn't think he's a sophomore.
No, and you and I talked about that last week. Even the difference from game 1 to game 2, his level of confidence last week. And I mean, he was throwing that ball on a dime. There were just some really good throws there, and especially, like you said, the scramble for the touchdown in the end zone. That was just very impressive, and it was good to see. And he was excited, excited about getting that touchdown. But yeah, there was a lot of improvement in him just on a confidence level and a level of poise in the pocket from week 1 to week 2. So I'm excited to see what he looks like here tonight.
Now, Coach, if you look at his numbers in 2 games, he's got 536 yards in the air, 6 touchdowns in the air, and a rushing touchdown. That's pretty impressive in itself. Last week on the ground, a guy that we continue to, I believe, be impressed by, even though he doesn't have the yards that we would think he would, because he's carried so many times to get us that first down, is Mr. Wright, doing everything right. Of course, he had 23, 138. You start doing the numbers here. He had 168 against the first game, and that, of course, over there was against Ashley Ridge, right? That gives him 306 yards in the season in only 2 games. So he's a guy that we need to keep an eye on. And the other guy that I continue to say is a game changer because he's a wide receiver, he's a running back, he never has to check in, he never has to check out, and that's Jalen Best. Jalen Best had, I thought, one of the great catches back towards the opposite side of the scoreboard, going towards the school in that back right corner in between 2 defenders. And what that means is he's got to have eye control, and that quarterback had to needle the thread there, if you will, in between 2.
He did. The level of concentration on both of them. So the concentration on the quarterback, the confidence in the quarterback to put that ball there, and he just, the laser focus that he had, because it went right through the first defender's hands. So people don't realize when that ball goes through those hands, it's just a head game. It messes with you mentally, and so that's how you pick out those good receivers. They can focus on that ball, tune everything else out, and look that ball in. And he did. He looked that ball all the way in.
Another guy looking the ball in a lot here is going to be Mr. O.J. Washington. 5 catches, 147 yards, and a touchdown. He did the same thing the week before. We also have Mr. Dorchester. While we get it, we understand it, he is an elusive player. To me, he's a firework. He's kind of that fire starter for us, where he's wearing that number 5. He's going to be definitely a guy they're all going to be watching for. And we saw this, and this, to me, is sportsmanship at its best here. You saw that he knew a couple of those guys on the other side. Yeah. He went over, he socially distancedly said hello, did what he needed to do, and he kept moving because he grew up with a lot of these guys over Danny Jones, and that's a youth complex in North Charleston where these guys, again, that's what you love about high school football on a Friday night. It's the smell of the grass. It's the usually food in the air, and a little different this year with the restrictions. But it is these relationships outside of the schools. These kids, some of them are related in different ways. So they go to different functions together, be it on a Sunday or a Monday. But to me, the way Dorchester walked over, that senior leadership, that right there showed a lot of class to a team that comes in pretty much in their feelings at 0-2.
Oh, yeah. And, Dorchester is just a great young man. Watching him on the field and getting an opportunity to talk to him every now and then, he just has a great attitude. He's very respectful, and he gets the work done. His attitude when he's on the field is he's there to work. So he gets on there, he gets the work done, and he sets that pace as a leader on the team.
We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll talk about a man that we miss here on a night, of course, that he would be front and center. When we come back, we'll do just that. You're listening, you're watching, and you're, of course, waiting on the kickoff right here on FD Sports TV.
Hey, this is Carrie with Zaxby's off of Dorchester Road. We're excited to be sponsors of the Fort Dorchester football team again this year. So go Patriots!
You don't have to share, but it'd be a lot cooler if you did. The new Zax's Pack for 2 with 8 chicken fingers, double the fries, 2 drinks, and that world-famous Zax sauce. Twice the flavor for just $14.99. Only at Zaxby's. Order ahead, drive-through, or get it delivered.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. I'm Rich Chubb alongside Eddie Tilley. Down on the field is going to be Clinton Robinson Sr. He'll be hanging out, getting all the interviews, the updates, and, of course, here in moments we'll have, of course, the national anthem, so we'll pause for the cause there, and, of course, we'll have some captains who decide who gets the ball the first and the second half. But we do want to take a quick moment to recognize a man that has been so much to us here. And actually, let's go down on the field. We come back, we'll talk about our coach that we miss.
The American flag is presented by Cadet White. The state flag is presented by Cadet Rourke. And the left guard is Cadet Perez. At this time, we'd like to observe a moment of silence, remembering those on the Gulf Coast in Louisiana being affected by Hurricane Delta as we speak, and also to reflect on the spirit of competition and the safety of our athletes. Thank you.
I tell you what, if nothing else there, Eddie, that's one thing that reminds you a lot about what's going on. We kind of hit that reset button. It's Friday nights, it's Under the Lights, and we're coming to you here in Homecoming at the Fort. As you're watching us here on FD Sports TV, I'm Rich Chubb alongside Eddie Tilley. We'll talk quickly about a young man who we had to say goodbye to about a month ago. We know him well. We, of course, know him not only here but in our communities. And, of course, that is Bernard Skip Parker Jr. Of course, we know him as Coach Skip. He's got that sticker on the back of the helmet. This season is dedicated to him, and our broadcast is going to be dedicated to him as well. Of course, you start to kind of think of guys like him, and there's so many guys that do great things in great communities, and he's one of the many that has left his mark here. The young men that would run up to him on the field. We saw the video last week, and, of course, Eddie, we don't forget. We're going to make sure that every week we remember our Coach Skip.
Absolutely, just such a tremendous sacrifice that he gave, every day of his life. So he did what I'm sure he did for his family, which was just gave of himself constantly and all the time, and he gave that to the program here at Fort Dorchester. He gave that to the students, not only here on the high school level, but on levels that, even leading up to high school. And he was just a community man, very well liked, very well loved by the community, and I think that's why Coach LaPrade wanted to dedicate this whole season to him, because we need to keep somebody like that in the forefront of our memory and just realize that it's not about us. It's about coming together as a community. It's about coming together as a family. It's about celebrating the wins and mourning the losses, and so part of the celebration, the excitement of being back together on Friday nights for football is we're also going to take that time out to acknowledge our mourning for losing Coach Skip, but knowing that we're doing exactly what he would want us to do, and that is just marching on with that full football spirit and pride every Friday night.
No doubt about it. I also want to give a shout out to a guy who was a mentor of mine, and the reason that I get to do what I do and the reason that I continue to do what I do, and that's Ted Byrne. Of course, he worked over at ESPN on Friday nights. Of course, we had the chance to do many games, not only here, but around the Low Country. So heavy hearts across, as we never forget those who did so many for many years. You see there, here comes that team, the Fort Dorchester Patriots, and one of the greatest entrances in high school football. If the bus is rocking, you better come knocking, because the season's about to kick off in week 3 here as we are excited. My voice changes. I get into radio mode, TV mode, and it's time, of course, to let you enjoy a little bit of introduction here on a Friday night as we welcome you and the boys in blue to some Friday night action, guys. Watch this.
And prepare to defend the fort.
You know, every place we go, Eddie, they all have tradition, but ain't nobody got tradition like the fort, baby. When we come in, we let you know the sirens are turned up, the buses are turning side to side, and the fans are on their feet as the cheerleaders have marched out. They've created a tunnel here tonight. Let's give you some captains here coming up for the fort. It's going to be number 11, Otis Mack. That cat is a big-time player for your, of course, Fort Dorchester Patriots. He's been a big-time linebacker all season. In their 2 games, he's made some headlines. Number 10, O.J. Washington. He's going to come in from the wide receiver's position. And let me tell you something, this cat is catching everything thrown his way. Tonight, hopefully he'll catch the winning toss. Number 73, Ronald Williams is going to be representing the big O-line. And Avery Farish, number 95, guys. Look at that. Here's nothing beats that introduction. I mean, you know, you think about the Tigers and Clemson as they go up to the hill, they run down. You think of Williams-Brice in 2001. You got none when it comes to that bus rock. And look at that thing. I don't even know how Coach Pratt's hanging on.
I tell you, it's funny, Rich. I'm surprised it doesn't throw him right off those steps. Those guys come in there, and they are rocking. The music is just thumping in the stadium. We've got them up on the Jumbotron, and they are just coming in hot.
They're coming in hot here, and getting that game ball could be the bus driver. How about that? That guy there is keeping that thing in the lanes. That, of course, takes us to the other side. That is going to be Stahl. Their captains tonight, number 4, Deion Gathers. Number 23, Edward Jones. Number 65, Jeremiah Smith. And number 75, Antoine Brisbane. I hope I got that one right, Mom. Of course, that's one of the things that we take a lot of pride in, and boy, do we not practice during the week. You and I make a lot of phone calls.
We do. We make a lot of phone calls. We get emails. We get text messages. If we get that wrong, you know, Dad's just worried about the stats, but Mama wants to hear that name said right.
Don't you go after Grandma, because she's coming after you, too.
That's right. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but we got the We Will Rock You is just thumping in the stands. The fort is lined up. You can see them there on the Jumbotron. Coach LaPrad's up front, and they're fixing to make their big entrance here on a homecoming Friday night, Richie.
No doubt. As you look there, of course, the captains are lined up 4 wide in between 3 referees. On the other side, there are 2 referees. They're going to meet at the 50 at the FD. That's where they'll have the coin toss. Your Fort Dorchester Patriots in the white pants with that little stripe on the side, the blue tops, and the white numbers. Thank you, Coach, for helping us on that one. And on the other side, I got to give a tip of the cap to that coach, because they're wearing black pants, white jerseys, and I believe black and trim blue. It's a lot easier than it was against Goose Creek.
Yeah, I think word got out, Richie, that we were struggling last week, and they said we got to help the old boys out up there in that booth and make it a little easier for them to see those numbers.
No doubt about that. We're going to wait here. Maybe we get Clinton down there. Of course, he can get in the huddle over there and kind of find out what's going on with the wins. Of course, who wins this toss, but we can watch it as well. But keys to victory tonight is just for Fort, play your game. Stay in your lane. Be disciplined. Let's not get dumb penalties. Let's not get above ourselves. Let's not worry about next week. It's going to be here soon enough. Tonight's the night. This is the biggest game on our schedule.
Yeah,
because it is right now.
And
we win this one, we go to 3-0. We go to 2-0 in the region, and then we worry about making that trip down 61 and heading over to West Ashland next week.
That's exactly right, Richie. And there's been many a team can tell you a horror story about trying to look beyond the team that they were playing on a Friday night, and something that could work out wrong and bad. And so we don't want that tonight. Of course, we know Coach LaPrade and his whole coaching staff has got these guys very well focused on the game that's happening here tonight.
Now, it looks like to me FD will be getting it on the opening kickoff. They're going to be marching towards the scoreboard. Now, that is the way it looks here, and we're excited. As, of course, our coach is in the front getting ready to get the smoke going. You got the TV crews down there. They'll be getting their action here after this game. Of course, we're going to be keeping you up to the other games. The biggest game on our schedule, other than right here, is Somerville in West Ashley. And they are actually, West Ashley's a big surprise team here. They're 3-0 with a win tonight, and that's 3-0 in the region. This is a team that has struggled at times. They got a new coach. They brought him from the Grand Strand at a 1A football, I believe, but he's playing 5A football as good as anybody across the state.
Yeah, and he's got a good-looking program over there, and I happen to be good friends with one of the coaches on the staff over there, and he just talked about the changes that have been made, and everybody's excited about it. And the players are excited about the new philosophy. The coaches are fired up about it, and so he's got a lot of great energy over there on that coaching staff and in that team, and obviously we're seeing that manifest in the W's and L's that they've got so far moving through this season, and it's going to be a heck of a game for us. I'm looking forward to it.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It is Friday Night Lights underway here. As you see, number 40, the captain, one of many of those big-time guys leading out your Patriots to a Friday Night Light matchup with region foe Stall Warriors. Of course, the Warriors come in here, and I had a chance to talk to their head coach earlier this week, and some of the things that he shared with me, a very young team. And you got to remember, 37 guys playing varsity, 6 of those guys returning from last year. Okay, so let's keep that in mind as they get out here tonight. 3 also on this roster that played JV last year. Not one returner is on defense. We're going to keep our eye on that as well. But the story that we're going to be watching, this is a young man, Mr. Stephen Smalls. He had 260 all-purpose yards and a touchdown last week. I believe is going to play a little bit of double-sided football. I think there's an offensive lineman that he's going to go over there and play some on the defensive line, and that's what happens. You find out who your gamers are. You find out who your team players are, because sometimes when you get in these type of positions, you're going to have to get some double up.
Yeah, you're in a transitional period, and like you say, Coach over there, he's working with low numbers this season. Obviously, that's not his goal and his aim as he moves into the next season. He's working to build a very big and successful program, but in the meantime, you got to do what you got to do to get the win. And a lot of times you have those guys that not only physically are capable of playing both sides of the ball. When they do, they just bring a level of attitude that just motivates the team and brings great leadership to the team and inspiration to the rest of the team members.
Here we go now, getting ready to set up as our Patriots are ready for the return. It's going to be number 4, Jalen Best, and number 5, Keith Dessashore. And it's going to be kicked, well, a little short there. And here comes one of our guys across the 40. He's across the 10, the 50, the 40, the 30, 20. Let's go ahead and give it to number 10. That's O.J. Washington in the end zone. And that, my friends, is how you start off homecoming.
That's a way to start off the homecoming game right there, Rich. I'm going to tell you, O.J. just stepped right up, grabbed that ball, and just took off. He had one man to beat and put a little move on him, and he was off to the races all the way to the end zone. Picked it up, I'd say, probably about his own 35-yard line. So nice run for the score there for Mr. O.J. Washington.
And I tell you what, not skipping a beat, but there is a sideline, a little scoop back a little bit. We get it's homecoming, but
there you go, guys are excited.
Back, so touchdown. We'll give it to him 6-0, 11:49 here in the first quarter, and that, my friends, is a huge touchdown. I want to thank Mr. O.J. Washington for some early highlights. And, of course, he's been that big guy all year at wide receiver. Ready to kick it up here in just a minute. Chase Kennedy. We're going to wait just a minute. Got a new guy place holding. Flags on the play. Holding it is Trey Ryan, by the way. He's come in to do some play. They kind of call him the Hunter Renfro of the team, by the way.
Yeah, and watching him in practice, that's exactly who comes to mind. Hunter Renfro, Wes Welker, he's just that guy. He's that guy that can line up in the slot and just got great hands.
Right. Yeah, we'll wait and see what the call is here as he's now going to sit there and wait for the, I guess, re kick. Kind of see how we have things kind of lined up here. They'll hike the ball and they'll spot it on the 10. We're kicking it towards the scoreboard as we're up 6-0 with 11:49 remaining. There's the kick, up and good. And that, my friends, will take us to a quick break as we're leading 7-0, 11:49. Don't go anywhere. More of this 2020, well, homecoming right after this. Welcome back, everybody. I'm Rich Yelman here alongside Eddie Tilley, coming to you live from Homecoming 2020 here at FD Sports TV. Down on the sideline, we'll be hearing throughout the night with Clinton Robinson Sr. He'll be getting it in tonight. By the way, he looks like a prom date. I mean, he must have known it was homecoming. My dude comes out with some brand new Adidas.
He looks all snazzy down there, man. He's got the no wrinkle pants. He's got that snow white shirt on, and he is wearing it well. Yeah, got the haircut. I mean, it's low and tight tonight.
Yeah, definitely got it all tight. Ready to rock and roll. Of course, he's got a great assistant down there with him as well, so we want to give her some credit.
Shout out to Keisha. She's the woman behind the man that's making it happen.
No doubt. Here's the man number 7 kicks it, and toe meets leather, and it meets the end zone. So a touchback, bring it back to the 20, and now we'll get to see our defense as some of our guys have hustled down into the end zone. A great start here as we are up 7-0 with 11:49 here remaining in the first quarter. We'll again keep you updated on games around the area. One of those games is going to be that Somerville West Ashley game. We've got a lot into that because those are the only 2 teams that we haven't seen yet in region play. We'll play, of course, next week at West Ashley, and the week after that we're back home against Somerville. So that one, of course, will be a packed house as much as we can pack out the house. Trying to check and see what we see here. Again, the white jerseys with the blue numbers is going to be the Star Warriors, and your Fort Dorchester Patriots in the white pants and the blue jerseys. 2 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. Here goes to the left side and meeting him quick. No, he gets out of one in there. Of course, he goes with the 35 and probably close to the 33.
That's number 3, Stephon Smalls. That was a great catch, great run right there. He put a good move on the defender, and I'll tell you what, that quarterback, he rifled that ball out there to him.
Yeah, no doubt. You're going to keep his name a lot on the microphone tonight. He is their ace player of the game, and that is Stephon Smalls, a wide receiver. He's a senior. They spot the ball on the left hash mark on the 34. 2 receivers each side. Man in motion coming to the home side. They're going to look to the left. They'll throw it to the left, and it's a game of chess. And they're going to get introduced by a couple of our guys. And again, back in the hands of Stephon Smalls.
Yeah, they went back to that same play that time, Richie, but our guys were ready. I mean, when he caught the ball, we had 3 men right there. So you're not going to win that battle. So as much as they'd like to ride that heavy hand, it looks like the defense is already making an adjustment to take that one away from them.
Here we go now as we're going to spot the ball close to the 35. That'll bring up a second down and 2nd and 9. 2 receivers check that, 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Quarterback stands at his own 30-yard line. Takes the snap, swings that one down the line, and it's going to be almost complete on the coverage for number 10. That's going to be O.J. Washington? Looks like check that number again just to double check over there for me, Eddie.
Yeah, having a hard time. There we go. That was some good. No, I believe that's going to be Mr. Khalid Gatson.
It's Khalid Gatson.
Khalid Gatson coming across.
20.
Yep. And a little bit of a collision there. Luckily, both players jumped right up. Both of them going for the ball.
Yep, that's going to be a 3rd and 9. Ball spots on the 35-yard line on the left hash mark with 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. From the shotgun, here comes number 11, and he introduces himself as Otis Mack as he lays it down around the 25, and that should bring up a 4th down. And that's going to be the first sack of the night by, of course, Mr. Mack.
Mr. Mack, 6'1", 209 pounds. And I'm going to tell you what, when he gets that 200 pounds rolling, you can't stop that locomotive. And he did. He just barreled right into the backfield and was all over the quarterback before he had a chance to make a move.
Otis having a great season with week 1 and week 2 and starting off right here in week 3. Set back here, number 5. Mr. Keith Deshashore stands at about his own 49, and the kicker for RB Stahl stands at his own 11-yard line. So this one should be a short punt. We'll see what type of return we have as there's the whistle. And they're going to get here in a delay of game.
They're going to back him up. That's going to be a delay of game against Stahl.
And that's one of the things that, even though they're 0-2, these are the things that the coach over there at Stahl is looking for. He's saying,
Absolutely.
Look, character, we want to make sure we don't have these senseless penalties. We want to make sure we're disciplined. There's a lot of things you can still grow from, even though you come in here with an 0-2 record.
Absolutely.
Back now, a little bit closer inside the Stahl territory. They bring the heat in the house, and it's Deshashore at the 45. He stutter steps across. He's got some of those Warriors coming at him, and they do bring him down around the 45-yard line as they're going to get him for some forward motion, and they should spot it close to the 45 on the Star Warriors, heading towards the scoreboard, and here comes, well, Mr. Osborne. He's been kind of the hot hand early and often here as he can throw this thing a country mile. He's got 536 yards in the air on the season, 6 touchdowns in the air, and a rushing 1 on the ground.
Yeah, this will be our first look at him. Obviously, we ran the kickoff back for a touchdown, so this is our first good look at the offense for tonight. Let's see what they got in store for us.
2 receivers to the right. They spotted on the right hash mark at the 47. There's the snap. There's the handoff, and they are introduced there quickly to number 23, Dwayne Wright. Not back to the line of scrimmage. That's going to be a loss of 2.
Yeah, a little fumble at a snap there, Richie. I couldn't tell if it was a little bit high or if Osborne wasn't quite ready for it, but they had a little bit of fumbling at the snap and kind of had to work it out between the two of them. A loss of a couple of yards, but it could have been a lot worse. So at least they kept the ball in front of them.
We're still in stall territory at the 49, center of the field we are at 9:26 remaining. We're up 7-0, and then there's another bad handoff. It's a keeper as Osborne's going to go across, and he takes a hit, but he keeps moving towards the 40 as he'll mark him down at the 41, and what looked could be a busted play ends up being a very positive yards.
Yeah, that's another one. That one hit him right in the hand, so I can't tell exactly what was going on there. If we got a little bit of pre-game jitters or early game jitters, but that's 2 in a row, and I'm sure he's going to work that out really, really quick.
Well, you look at the young man, again, a sophomore. He comes in here, and he showed a lot of maturity there. He took off, he got a lot out of something that was really not there. 2 receivers to the left, 2 to the right, and running back stands at the left side. Man in motion is Jalen. Nope, that's going to be Desashore coming to the home side. They're going to roll out, throw it to him. He catches at the 40, to the 30, catch the races at the 20, and he steps out of bounds at the 15. And a penalty on the play. We'll see who this is going to go against. Usually you look for the hands in the air where somebody kind of tells on himself down there on the field, but great job there checking off a guy. He sees Desashore coming in motion, and he hits him in stride.
Yeah, and like you were saying, Rich, it's just a great job showing his maturity. You have those 2 plays there where he's having a little bit of trouble handling the snap, but the maturity is that he stays poised, he stays confident. That play there, he rolls out of the pocket, looks 100% confident, makes the pass, great pass to Desashore, and that's what you want to see. And you can imagine this young man is a sophomore, and we've got the rest of this year and 2 more years to watch him. It's going to be exciting watching him as he continues to grow into that quarterback position.
That was a personal foul called there on the Ford, if I'm not mistaken. They're going to move the chains after they spot the ball now. That's going to come all the way back to about the 37-yard line, the left hash mark. You're going to get 2 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. Osborne stands at the shotgun formation around the 44-yard line, and to the right is Mr. Wright. He drops back into coverage. He's got all day, and he's got almost intercepted there. That's what. Great job there by, looks like number 28 there from Stahl.
Yeah, DeMary Fields, that was hit him right in the hands. I'm sure he would love to get one more shot at that because he was right there. He had the position on the ball. Good job of breaking it up, though.
8:19 remaining here in the first quarter. It is homecoming. We're up 7-0. As you're watching FD Sports TV, I'm Rich Yeoman alongside Eddie Tilley. Mr. Clinton Robinson Sr. roaming the sidelines as we get 2 receivers to the right, nobody to the left side, and they've got a couple running backs behind Osborne at the shotgun. There's a keeper, and he tosses it out to number 5, and Desashore going to now come back. There's some penalty flags being thrown. He's still on his feet. Here comes back at it. There's another penalty flag, and they're finally going to drag down Desashore around the 25-yard line, and it looks like could be some holding, maybe a hit in the back there. Again, we said this earlier, disciplined football, making sure we kind of hit our, dot our I's and cross our T's here.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what kind of calls we have here. My hunch is we've got a blocking offense there in that first one and might have an unsportsmanlike in one of those other flags.
You got to think.
I know we covered a lot of real estate right there.
We did, and Desashore for the second time gets a great run. We saw it last week where he got a touchdown called back for a penalty. He just had one called back from another great play, and now this one here, waiting to see what they're going to mark it and who it's going to be on. But again, Desashore doing his part, and as you see them moving that ball back in the other direction, this is going to go against the fort, and they're going to put it around the 45-yard line. And again, while we understand they're 0-2, we have a job to do. We need to be fine-tuning this engine week after week. It doesn't matter who we're playing. The goal stays the same, Eddie.
That's right, and give it to RB Stahl because them boys are down there. They're playing hard. Great pursuit by their defense that time. Desashore was making some moves and switching directions a couple of times, and Stahl maintained that pursuit well.
There's the snap there as Osborne's going to sling that one in the air, and he's got another guy in stride, and that's O.J. Washington. Give him 6. They're going to mark him. There it is.
There's the touchdown.
Man, I tell you
Beautiful
what.
pass play. Hit him in stride. Great pass. Great comeback in a tough series right there for the offense, Richie. That's kind of the offense we were looking to see right there. Just that level of execution and timing. Beautiful play.
And that's what we want to see. We get a little bit of hit back, we get a little setback, but we show character, we get it back as we're waiting now for the extra point. As we told you, number 12 is the holder tonight, Trey Ryan, a sophomore. And it's number 7 waiting to kick it is Chase Kennedy. He's 1 for 1 tonight. 13-0, 7:42, homecoming 2020 here at the fort. There's the snap, the kick, it's up. Count it, it's a good. And like that, we'll take a break as your Patriots are up 14-0, 7:42. More football coming up next.
Hey, this is Carrie with Zaxby's off of Dorchester Road. We're excited to be sponsors of the Fort Dorchester football team again this year. So go Patriots!
You don't have to share, but it'd be a lot cooler if you did. The new Zax Pack for 2 with 8 chicken fingers, double the fries, 2 drinks, and that world-famous Zax sauce. Twice the flavor for just $14.99. Only at Zaxby's. Order ahead, drive through, or get it delivered.
Welcome back, everybody, as we are live here at the Fort. It's homecoming 2020, and we're up 14-0 with 7:42 remaining in the first quarter. A great pass by that man, Mr. Osborne, having another great night as he, I wouldn't say floated, I'd say he directed that thing in the way of O.J. Washington, who has got to be his hottest receiver. I mean, this guy is his go-to guy. We get back a little bit, our backs are against the so-called wall of the 50, and he slings that thing right in stride, and O.J. Washington did the rest to put 6 on the board.
He did, and OJ coming in at 6'1", 186. That's just a tremendous target, and I love watching the chemistry that those guys have. And there was just a lot of trust right there on the timing of that play, and Zoltan just put it right where it needed to be. Anytime you could hit that receiver in full stride, that's an excellent job by the quarterback.
Number 3 for Stahl, strides at about the 9. He'll get the 10, the 15, and he's met up quickly with that Fort special teams. And of course, let's give Mr. Stephon Smalls, no shock that we say his name again.
Yep.
Coach said this yesterday when I was on a teleconference with him, and he mentioned it again here as he met us at the end zone on the right side over there. He said that, I've got guys that do things, but it's going to be Mr. Smalls that is going to have to get a lot of work in tonight.
Yeah, and he's one of those guys, he's got a great attitude, just sort of watching him down there on the sideline, and he's pressing through. They're working him hard, but he's working hard.
No doubt about that. As we look at, of course, he is back in the backfield as of right now. Number 8 is their quarterback, by the way, and that's Charles Watson. He's a freshman in 5A football, guys. That's worth a conversation as they break the huddle with one receiver on each side. They'll get it at their own 18. Here's the keeper, and he's met with a ton, and ball's loose. Picked up and in the end zone. I believe it's Mr. Mack. Check that out, just like that. And that, of course, is Otis Mack Jr. He gets a sack. He gets a pickup and a run in for 6. And like that, we lead 20-0 with 7:29 on homecoming night, man. What a great play.
What a great play. Just great concentration by Otis. Again, 6'1", 209 pounds. He came in there, he disrupted the play, and when the ball came out, he immediately got his eyes on it, went, scooped it up, and ran it in for the 6. Beautiful defensive play.
Oh, Mac Daddy doing some big things here tonight. His daddy's going to be happy, by the way. I can tell you that. He has done a great job, and he's worked hard. We'll talk about some of his work during the summer. He and I spent some time together. We wait for the kick, the spot. The kick, and it's up, and it's good. And like that, we'll take a 21-0 lead with the help of our defense. We are right here at the Fort for Homecoming 2020. You're watching FD Sports TV. We'll be right back. Oh boy, are you live here at the fort with the fellas of FD Sports TV? I'm Richie Altman alongside Eddie Tilley down there roaming the sidelines, stalking the sidelines as Clinton Robinson Sr. tonight as he's broke out the khakis, and that must be some good luck because things are happening for your Patriots here on a homecoming night. Don't go anywhere at halftime. We're going to be bringing you the homecoming festivities as we'll have a queen of the night. She'll get her crown. And here's the kickoff. They'll crown this one into the end zone, and it's going to be caught about the 3. Here comes number 3 across the 10 to the 15, and here comes that blue wall of jerseys. He's still on his feet. Check that out. Is number 3, and we say his name tonight multiple times, Stephon Smalls.
Stephon Smalls.
He bounced off 3 of our guys.
He did. I mean, he was shedding the tackles. He stayed with it. He started to go down. He got his hand down there. Knees didn't touch. He got right back up and kept on moving. You know, Richie, tonight we're seeing a great smorgasbord of scores here. You got the special teams. We run a kickoff back for a touchdown. You got the defense playing tough, forcing the fumble and then scooping the fumble and running that back in for a touchdown. And then, of course, you got Zoltan's big hit to that big receiver, catching him in stride for an offensive touchdown. So really getting to see a good plethora of TDs here tonight so far, and we're just midway through the first quarter.
Eddie's using big words over here with plethora. I love it. Here's the snap, and the quarterback rolls out. It's a key. Just tease that one out there to the running back around the 18. Who do you think that little guy is down there? He does a great job getting around it. That's going to be number 6, Tyshawn Mack, the running back. He's a sophomore. We talked about that earlier tonight, how they have a very young team, a starting sophomore running back, a starting freshman quarterback. By the way, he was out last week against their game against Somerville.
Yeah, and that running back, I'm going to tell you what, he had a lot of fire and a lot of gusto right there. I mean, he was getting after it, bounced right up after that tackle. He's excited. And it looks like right now we've got a timeout on the field. It looks like Coach LaPrade is going to take an opportunity here to introduce himself and tell the referees what a wonderful job they're doing tonight down there on the sidelines, and just make sure they know he appreciates all the hard work that they're putting into that. And, you know, we do appreciate those referees because they do keep us all safe. We've got 2 teams down there. Both of them oppose each other. Both of them have different agendas. And we've got that third team, and the third team would be your referees and officials, and they are keeping us all safe and making sure we get a good, fair game down there tonight. So, Richie, we're looking really good here. You know, this is a good Friday night. This is typical what you expect to see for homecoming. You like for homecoming to be a little bit different than your normal Friday night game.
Yeah, you definitely want it to be the way it is here tonight. You're leading 21-0, 7-0. You've seen, of course, you know, a lot of things that we can already know that we work on, and that's what you do. You're going to find things, even though you got a 21-0 lead. We know that there's some things that we can still get better at, which is Absolutely. Good news for us, not good news for those who play us. Now, that also being said, we'll go back to the field. There's the snap. The quarterback going to toss it out to the left side. Number 6 caught it. But then he caught number 21, of course, coming at him in a big-time way on that tackle was Dwight Johnson. And number 6 was Tyshawn Mack, but he paid for that toss.
He did, but I tell you, I'm loving watching that Tyshawn. I mean, I don't have his height on there. I don't see his height listed, but he's not a big fella. But I'm gonna tell you what, he's got some moves, and he is quick.
Update against the, of course, couple of games that we're keeping an eye on. It's all zeros at the Stratford and Wando game, and also all zeros at the Somerville and West Ashley. Those are the 2 games that we're going to be keeping an eye on here tonight. It's 3rd and 4. They'll spot the ball on the stall 21 at the right hash mark, and there's going to be some whistles blown and a timeout. They were close, evidently, with the play clock there, and of course the coach over at Stall said, whoa, we don't need to go that way, so we'll take another timeout. We'll stay here, and let's talk about a few things that are coming up here in the next couple of weeks. Now, we know the next week we'll be hitting the road, and again, we cannot emphasize enough. We understand that you want to be at the games, but I can tell you Charleston County a little different than other counties because it is per county on how many can get in the stands. Not many, by the way, over West Ashley, but here's the guys that are getting in the stands. That's us. We'll be bringing it to you live with the pregame at 7, the kickoff at 7:30. Make sure you get click your tickets there and sit at home and get
sit at home. You know, have a big tailgate party in the driveway. Invite your neighbors over. Yeah, get your Raising Canes. Get your Wendy's. Wear your Adidas gear. Right here in the city of North Charleston. Great place to work, great place to live. Of course, all of these guys, sponsors of FD Sports TV.
It's like you've done this before. Good times here. Here's the snap. They're going to sling it across the middle, and does it get caught?
Well, almost the official almost caught that ball. He was there. He was going to make the catch.
We got to get his hands better.
He does. He was there to make the catch. But our number 22, Justin McElveen, was there and intercepted it before the official could get his hands on it.
You know, that's the thing I'm looking forward to as we start to get deeper into our games as our linebackers. I don't want to say a whole lot about a lot of things because I don't want to get any secrets, but there's still some players that I know have some stuff to offer. They just haven't had the chance to get it yet. And it's not that they're not playing hard. It's just that their number hadn't been called yet.
Yeah, and speaking of that, we've got number 18, Rashawn Springs. He's playing. He's starting tonight because, number 1, Jalen Levine is recovering from a shoulder injury from last week, and he's doing an excellent job. And Levine was just singing his praises last week, you know, talking about what a great job that young man did. And, we got a fumble. Snap went over the head of the quarterback. Ball's loose in the end zone.
O.J. Mack got his second
touchdown. O.J. Otis Mack.
Wow.
Otis Mack again.
Our
heads-up play.
He's our leading scorer on the defense, by the way. 2 touchdowns, 1 scoop and 1, well, I don't know if that was called a alley-oop or an assist, but either way, it's another 7 on the board. It's now 27-0 with 6:07 here at the Ford Homecoming 2020. And again, you know, you mentioned Mr. Springs. By the way, last week, our player of the game on defense, he had 2 interceptions. He should have had 4. Not to say that he messed up, just saying that they within reach, as Dad would say. But he got a great job, and that's what happens. When you get a chance to step up, you got to step up and step in.
Yeah, that young man, Jalen, is just an incredible as the kick is up, and it is. So we got a timeout.
And we got some laundry on the field. So they snapped it off, and we'll wait and see what they're going to do. They're going to rodeo this clock back up. Love how they do the signals on the field.
I like that. That's a new one. I haven't seen that one.
Here we go now. 6:07 remaining in the first quarter. It is a 27-0 Fort Dorchester Patriot homecoming lead. And, boy, you already know Mr. Max just waiting somewhere down there, number 11's ear to ear. I'm looking for him on the sideline, but we're waiting for the snap, the kick. It's up, and it's good. Just like that, we'll take another point on the board. And, of course, that one brought to you by our kicker there, number 7, Chase Kennedy. Going to break, coming back, more football. Welcome back, everybody. I'm Rich Yeoman alongside Eddie Tilley. Down there on the sideline is, of course, Clinton Rivas, the senior, as we have a huge 28-0 lead with 6:07 remaining in the first quarter. Homecoming 2020. To my left, that would be the student section. To the right, well, that's the band, and you can hear the band jamming over with the drums and the music, and that, to me, makes everything all right on a Friday night, Eddie.
Yeah, you know, this is a great second home game of the season so far. You know, I'm just looking at the stands, Richie, and last week I could see a lot of empty seats, and I'm sure a lot of people were just waiting to see how last week was going to go. And, man, they've showed out big this week. There's not a whole lot of empty seats. You know, people are socially distancing, but we've got some good, strong fans in the seats tonight.
Ball hits the ground, and here comes the speed of Stahl across the 35, and he's finally going to be dropped down, I think. Well, he's pushed out of bounds around the 37. They're going to give it to him around the 39-yard line, maybe the 36. They've got 2 referees with 2 different marks here, but a great job there. Again, you're down 28-0 first quarter. You're 0-2, and here you are still fighting.
That's right. That's the character. That's the integrity. And shout out to number 44, Robert Whitmore, on that stop right there, because that young man for Stahl had a great, great head of steam moving up through there, was getting it. And good on him for stopping him there. Right. As Stahl lines up to run the next play.
2 receivers to the right side, to the left side. Quarterback stands at a shotgun. The freshman takes the snap. He's going to roll out to the home side, and he's going to be introduced by a couple of guys. And who is it? Ball on the ground again. Man, a great job by our linebacking core who were able to get in there.
No whistle yet.
Fighting for it.
No whistle. They're still fighting for the ball. There is no whistle.
The ball there, and of course, looking at 33, and it looks to be a touchdown. And again, the whistle was never blown, so number 33 is going to pick it up and run it in there. That's going to be Quan Wright. Mr. Wright, a senior defensive lineman there, 5'11", 232. That's the right number. Again, you never heard the whistles blow.
No, the whistle never blew. You can see the ball was loose and rolling around in there.
Still rolling around. You're watching the replay right there. They're still pulling for it. Nobody's got possession. And here comes 33 around the side. And here comes a track meet brought to you by Homecoming. And into the end zone he goes. And that is number 33 getting 6 on the board. And that'll make it 34 to nothing. 5:41 in the first quarter. And I tell you what, this is one of those nights that, again, we're going to get a lot of opportunity to just kind of work on some of the fine-tuning and get ready for, well, next week. Here's the snap, the kick, it's up, and it is in there. So that's another point. This young man now has, 5 points there off his one-footer? So, of course, Chase Kennedy. Let's take another break. Here we are. It's coming to you live from Homecoming. It is FD Sports TV on a Friday night.
Tomorrow, it can only be better with Wendy's breakfast. A tomorrow that says bacon, not bacant. Where fresh eggs reign like opportunity. Goodness is spread. And the Frosty is chinoed. And right now, tomorrow brings even more. Like a honey butter chicken biscuit for just $1.99. No matter what, tomorrow's looking good. Tomorrow also available today.
Hey, this is Carrie with Zaxby's off of Dorchester Road. We're excited to be sponsors of the Fort Dorchester football team again this year. So go Patriots!
You don't have to share, but it'd be a lot cooler if you did. The news.
And welcome back, everybody. The defense, by the way, is the game of the night here. It is a 21-14 defense against offensive board here tonight as we are leading a 35 to nothing there. And they're going to blow this one as it went out of bounds, but it looked like, I wish we could get a replay on that one because it looked like it went on the right side of the pylon. And we'll wait and see what it is here. They're going to mark this one off. We'll see, of course, on the kick there was Chase Kennedy. Big night of football here as we are live right here at the Fort. It is Homecoming 2020 on FD Sports TV. I'm Rich Yeoman alongside Eddie Tilley. Of course, Clinton Robinson Sr. roaming the sidelines down there, rubbing elbows with our players. Yeah, some of the hot stories here is he'll be giving you a halftime interview with our head coach, Coach Steve LaPrade.
Yeah, we got a seminar going on down there with the guys in black and white. They're trying to sort out what that flag is. We're waiting to get the call from them, and I see the fort is moving backwards. So I'm not sure what we got going on.
Well, it went out of bounds here, so they're going to spot this one up there.
Yep.
Not sure why they're going to put it all the way to the 50.
That was a 15-yarder right there.
So we'll just play with it here. We'll kind of wait to see what we can do here as it is a 35-0 lead for your Fort Dorchester Patriots. Another night under the lights. This time we're going to mark it Homecoming. I believe when we bring Somerville in, it'll be senior night. That'll be our final game here at home, but we're going to be bringing you all the games right here on FD Sports TV.
Home and away.
3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. The guy did jump, no call. There's the toss to the right side, and he meets that wall of blue, and guess what? Number 11 showing up to work here tonight, and he's getting the tackle there, driving him back into about the 50-yard line, and they're going to give him forward motion back to the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, that's number 2, Kaiwan Mack with the reception there. He's a sophomore for the Fort for RB Stall.
Yep. So here we go now. That's going to bring up 2nd and 10 on the 50. They got it at the right hash mark. 1 receiver to the left, 2 to the right. Quarterback there stands at his own. Let's give it 45, and now they'll break another guy out. So it's 2 to the left, 2 to the right. And his running back will stand to his left side. That's, of course, number 11, Mr.
Chestnut.
Senior, one of the few out there. There's the snap. Fake the handoff. Here comes 93 chasing him. They sling the rock down and open and way overhead there. Intended, of course, no doubt there to Stephon Smalls, but way overhead. And that
way over his head, Richie. You know, that was a great play. It developed really well, and honestly, if Stephon would have kept running that route, the quarterback put it right on the money, but Stephon stopped a little short. It already turned around and was looking for the ball, and just a little bit off on the timing of that play.
Got to bring up 3rd and 10, the ball on the 50-yard line as they, of course, Going to get this thing spotted. An update over at Somerville. It's all zeros on the board in the first quarter. That is Somerville and West Ashley. We head to West Ashley next week. Don't forget the pregame at 7, the kickoff at 7:30. Always fun to get out and about. Of course, we've been on the road already.
That's
Been here
right.
a couple of weeks, and now we're going to hit the road again next week.
Went to Ashley Ridge week 1, and again, they were very, the hospitality there was just incredible. Shout out to Ashley Ridge for that wonderful game 1 experience.
Here's a man in motion. He's going to get set there, and of course, 2 receivers to the right, 3 to the left, and that's in and out of the hands attended to Mr. Mack. That's K. John Mack. He's a wide receiver. He's a junior, but that will bring up a 4th down, and I would imagine they'll, I don't know, do you go for it? You're kind of in no man's land at this point. Get some
You
work
kind
in.
of are, Richie. I mean, if this is the place where if the coach wants to do a little razzle-dazzle, this is certainly the time to do it. I don't see a punter coming out. And, in fact, here comes the other running back.
We're going to need some work in with 4:47, 35-0 here in the first quarter. It is homecoming here at the Fort. The bus we're rocking, and the defense is
we got 3
continuing to rock.
receivers right and 2 or 3 left and 2 right. Let's see what we got going on here.
Nobody in the backfield. The quarterback stands at his own 45 there, and some men moving early here as they blow the whistle.
Oh.
We'll wait and see what we got here. Now this one should move the ball back just a little bit more towards that 45 side. Maybe somebody got a timeout.
Looks like somebody got a timeout in.
Of course, now you're looking at the timeout situation. Patriots are with 2, and the Warriors with 1.
And again, and I'm not sure which coach called the timeout, but again, this is real-time game experience for both sides.
Right.
You know, on the Fort side, you can't pay attention to the scoreboard. You got to look at, okay, this is real game experience here. What do we do? This is situation football. I had a great time watching Coach LaPrade run the situation offense Wednesday out here at practice, and just watch him put those guys in different scenarios and put it on them quick and cause them to make a decision. And of course, if you're over there on the RB Stall side, again, this is all about that character and that integrity, that fighting hard. You're not giving up as a coach. Maybe you got a little something in your back pocket there. You're going to pull out and see if maybe you can get these guys a first down and give them a little morale boost.
We'll see what they can do if they come back off the sideline with a play there. 5 receivers, 3 to the left, 2 to the right. They're at the 50 of the right hash mark heading towards Dorchester Road. There's the snap. Number 8 slings it. It's in the hands of number 7. Let's see if he gets a first down. I don't think he got it.
It's going to be close. It's going to be close. I think by the spot they're going to give it to him, Richie.
Kuda Scott there, the wide receiver freshman. Let's see if they give it to him. We'll wait to see the spot. It's around the 40. Needed the 40. And they're going to bring down the lines, and that'll be their first down of the night with 4:41 remaining here in the first quarter, trailing our Patriots 35-0.
That's just what a great example of just fighting hard and continuing to play for RB Stall.
No doubt there. There's the snap. He's going back in the air, but he's meeting number 40, I believe, and it is number 40 for your Fort Dorchester Patriots.
That was just a big hit by Jaden Garner, senior, 6 foot, 216 pounds. And I mean, he came through there like he was sprinting on the 40-yard dash right there. He came through like a freight train.
Great job there, and you saw it all the way through, and he tackled and got through. Shoulder pads behind, and of course, signature left as he got back up and rolled over. As that now is a 2nd and 19. They spot the ball on the 49 of the Fort to the left hash mark. 3 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. No receivers in the back. The quarterback in the shotgun. He slings it to the left side. Completed at the 49, and he's going to get somewhere around about the 45-yard line. A small pickup there, and now that will bring up a long 3rd down.
That's Kajan Mack again, another one of their hot hands over at wide receiver. He's a junior.
Great job there by the defense, playing disciplined football. Stay where you got to stay, do what you got to do, and stay in your lane, as the young folks like to say.
That's right. That's right. Again, this is just a great example for disciplined football.
3:52, we lead 35-0 here on homecoming. First quarter, there's the snap. Going in the air again across the middle and almost picked off, and we're looking for that number, young man. Let me see. It's number 20.
Through the hands of Kaiwan Smalls.
That's a big-time play
Number 20,
there.
Khalid Gatson.
Another senior.
For the Fort.
You know, I know last year we had an incredible defense. I don't know how much you were able to keep up with them last year, but I was very impressed with the defensive line, the linebackers in the secondary. Of course, the Johnson boys, one's at Georgia Tech, one's at Navy. But as you can see tonight, the defense doing what they need to do as they have 21 points of their own that they put on the board.
Absolutely. Great job tonight by the defense. And if I know the Fort very well, I imagine there might be a little sideline bragging going on.
No doubt. There's the snap, the punt, and it's off the side. This one's going to take a great stall bounce around the 11. They'll down it, and we'll take a break. It is 3:39. We lead 35-0 here on homecoming night. We'll be right back.
Hey, this is Carrie with Zaxby's off of Dorchester Road. We're excited to be sponsors of the Fort Dorchester football team again this year. So go Patriots!
You don't have to share, but it'd be a lot cooler if you did. The new Zax Pack for 2 with 8 chicken fingers, double the fries, 2 drinks, and that world-famous Zax sauce. Twice the flavor for just $14.99. Only at Zaxby's. Order.
As we are live here at homecoming, we get the ball back with 3:39 remaining in the first quarter. I'm Rich Yeoman alongside Eddie Tilley down on the sideline. That's Clinton Robinson Sr. They'll get a timeout, but we'll stay here with them to cover a few things, Eddie, here. First of all, it is 35-0 here on a beautiful night for football. A little bit of rain was concerning early, but I would say the football guys decided to let us do our thing here tonight. Our thoughts and prayers with those down there in the Gulf. Boy, I tell you what, it has been quite a busy season for Hurricanes. For those folks, not only have they dealt with COVID and not playing football, but here comes Mother Nature to remind them who's in charge.
Yeah, it's been terrible. You feel so sorry for those guys down there, and that's the second major hurricane to make landfall in that area this year. And, you know, it says something when you run through the entire alphabet and then you start going through the Greek alphabet. Right. Learned something new this week, though. It is Delta, but Delta is not the same as D. That is not storm number 4. It's a lot further down the line.
Look at there. We're dropping knowledge here at the Fort as we break the huddle, come the sidelines. 2 receivers, 1 receiver to the left, 3 to the right. We're rolling towards the scoreboard. Man in motion left to right is going to be Jalen Best. And now here comes number 23. Right across the 25 to the 30. He's going to get to the 35 and steps out of bounds about the 39. And he kind of lost me there because all of a sudden you start seeing Jalen Best wheeling out like we've seen Desishore a few times, and they fooled everybody, even us here on the score up here in the press box. But you see Mr. Wright doing the right thing, follows his blocks, and then takes into his own control.
Yeah, beautiful play right there. Smart play, you know, even coming to the sideline right there. Delivers a little bit of a hit and then just takes that step out of bounds. Good, strong run by Mr. Wright.
1st and 10, the ball on the 42-yard line on the left hash mark. 2 receivers to the right. And there goes Mr. 5, and that's going to be Desishore. He's over the 50 to the 45. The speed is all over. He's still on his feet at the 20. Count at 6 because he's going in the end zone. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. I think he went out of 3 different tackles. He bounced off of one of our guys, and he lands in the end zone. And now the offense is putting some points on the board here on a Friday night.
Yeah, you know, we've been getting a few text messages from the sideline. Evidently, the defense has been ribbing the offense just a little bit and wondering how they're going to catch up here since the defense has put so many points on the board. But that was just a beautifully executed play. Deshaun just really doing a great job following his blocks up through the line there when he hit that open field. A couple of times, some people got some hands on his feet, and he was still able to maintain that balance. Just a great, strong run.
That was, of course, Mr. Keith Desishore. He did a great job reading his block, stepping in and out of tackles. There's the snap, the kick, and it's good. Let's give another point there to number 7 on the kick there. That will be Mr. Chase Kennedy. And with 3:06 remaining, we take a 42-0 lead in the first quarter. It's homecoming. Don't go anywhere.
Hey, this is Carrie with Zaxby's off of Dorchester Road. We're excited to be sponsors of the Fort Dorchester football team again this year. So go Patriots!
You don't have to share, but it'd be a lot cooler if you did. The new Zax Pack for 2 with 8 chicken fingers, double the fries, 2 drinks, and that world-famous Zax sauce. Twice the flavor for just $14.99. Only at Zaxby's. Order ahead, drive-through, or get it delivered.
And welcome back, everybody. I'm Rich Yeoman here live at the Fort. It's homecoming 2020, and it is definitely a night that we will remember as we lead 42-0 in the first quarter, 3:06 remaining in the first quarter over the Star Warriors as they come in here. And we knew it was going to be a big game for our Fort Dorchester Patriots. Not sure we thought 42-0 would be the case with our defense scoring 3 touchdowns. And I got to say, I'm excited to see Keith Desishore get in the end zone. This young man has had 2 touchdowns called back this year. Not a chance this time. And you see the speed. This young man is Saturday ready.
Yeah, he is. He's got great speed, great form. I love to watch, when you get somebody, a sprinter like that, when they hit that open field. And speaking of open field, that ball's going to sail right on through the end zone.
Yeah, look at number 46 doing his thing there. Of course, coming in here to boot that one in the end zone is Mr. Jonathan Guzman, a senior kicker, 5'10", 223, and that cat put everything into that ball as Coach Pratt gives him that attaboy as the again. That's what we're talking about, finding little things to get better at, finding things that we can fine-tune. As this engine gets a little bit bigger and bigger, we need to treat every game like it is without a doubt, no matter who, but it is the biggest game of that night.
Well, that's the thing, Richie, in a game like this, from the coaching staff's standpoint, there's a little bit of pressure is off now, so they can start paying even greater attention to details. And like you say, this is just a great time, like Coach Pratt taking the time right there to congratulate that kicker and look for the little things that you can celebrate with these guys that maybe you couldn't on a closer game.
They hand the ball off to Mr. Mack there. He's going to go left to right as he heads over to the visitor side there. And a quick snap by number 8, the freshman quarterback, Charles Watson. Takes the snap, hands it off to the young man, Mr. Kejon Mack, a junior, who was able to get that thing almost kind of coming around there. And a quick little pop, little toss up there, trying to get something out of anything as they are trailing 42-0 to our Patriots with 2:40 remaining here in the first quarter. A quick update happening around, of course, the area in just a minute. There's the snap, a toss to the right side, and the hands it does go to number 2, and he's quickly met by the blue jerseys, of course, Kejon Mack again.
Yeah, Kawan Mack, he's just, he's having a big night in terms of getting a lot of targets, but the Fort Dorchester pursuit is just there, and I want to just give it to him for that pursuit because the quarterback's doing a good job of firing that ball out as soon as he gets a hold of it, and Fort Dorchester just been right there on the pursuit to shut those plays down.
2:08 remaining. The clock is continuing to move here in the first quarter. Your Patriots are up 42-0 here in the homecoming festivities. We'll have, of course, that at halftime. Don't go anywhere. 2 receivers to the right, to the left. The quarterback stands as an on 20. The left side is his running back. He looks to the left in the hands, and he meets it, big man. And that's number 44 for your Patriots. And, I mean, he hit him in fashion. Robert Whitmore, the junior linebacker, 5'10", 202, getting some of our younger guys in there and getting that opportunity.
Yeah, and he put a major league hit on him right there. That linebacker, they live for hits like that. It was just set up right in front of him. I'm sure he probably had a big smile on his face as he was delivering that package right there.
That package was definitely delivered by the defense. Waiting to see what we can do. We're going to try to get you some updates here on some scores here after a while. Of course, we're just trying to look around the region. As, of course, we know the other game is Somerville and West Ashley. We'll keep that to you as we get it. Stahl breaks the huddle. 2 receivers on each side. The running back, but they're going to pooch punt it, and I believe it was hit off of one of the Stahl Warriors, and it's going to take a very tough bounce, but the 35, check that, the 34 of Stahl. So you're going to see somebody unhappy on one side and somebody excited over here as we'll go to break. It's a 42-0 lead here at the first quarter, 1:40 remaining.
Congratulations to Fort Dorchester coach.
And welcome back, everybody. A quick, guys, that's here. So now we got some new guys coming out here. Welcome out the backup guys, as now we'll see the number 6. And you got to give Aaron Wilburn a lot of love because this cat would go anywhere else in the region, anywhere else in the state and start. So he's now going to get the opportunity to lead your Patriots with 2 receivers on each side. He stands at the 40. There's a quick in and out across the middle to, guess who? Number 12. I believe that's number 12 as we're trying to look at the number, and that will be completed at Trey Ryan. We call him, of course, that Renfro effect down there.
Yeah, and you can see his hands right there. The ball bobbled a little bit, but great hand-eye coordination, concentration, kept his eyes on the ball, looked it all the way in. Good job for pulling that one in. Snap a little bit high, could be. You got a little bit of a height difference between these 2 quarterbacks here, so you got to have an adjustment on your center as well.
As we now look here with a minute remaining here, and it's under a minute. 2 receivers to each side, man in motion. They're going to hand it off. No, it's a keeper. Here comes Aaron across the 20. This young man's got some wheels at the 10 and then finally tacked down at the 9-yard line.
What a great play right there, Richie. We've talked about the 2 different styles with both of these quarterbacks. Zoltan has that. He has that more of that stand in the pocket presence, and Aaron has got that scramble. And, he just does a great job of really spotting that. He rode the ball on the running back there, saw that defender crash down, then he pulled the ball back out, makes it around the end. Great play, great legs.
No doubt there is here comes 2 receivers on each side. Mr. Aaron stands at the 15, takes the snap, and they're going to blow some whistles. I believe a few guys moved here. And a great job there by the, of course, just getting some things going here. And again, a kind of an update again down over at the Somerville game. That is a 0-0 battle. Why, of course, here it's 42-0 at homecoming over at Somerville. A lot on the line. Somerville wins this. This is going to make it an interesting conversation down the road. West Ashley wins, and they're basically waiting to see where they'll finish in the region.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to wind this one down. This is going to wrap up our first quarter. Ooh. So, Richie, I think we're going to send it out to a break.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back as you're listening, watching, and being entertained by the guys of FD Sports TV, guys.
Congratulations to Fort Dorchester coach Steve LaPrade on winning the Division I state championship. Pretty amazing considering he was nearly permanently sidelined by severe back pain. But the coach made the right call and brought in the special team at Southeastern Spine Institute who helped him get back on the field.
They told me to get out and walk the day after surgery, and I was walking like 4 miles 3 or 4 days after surgery. It's amazing. It's amazing what those guys can do. I gave him a picture, and I wrote on there, thanks for giving me my coaching career back, because I don't think I'd lasted too much longer. I was hurting.
I would tell anybody that's living with back pain that it's foolish to do so nowadays. They need to hear about the modern techniques. I think there's too many people living with back problems that don't need to be.
If you got back pain and somebody fixes it, it's a big thing.
Welcome back, everybody. Here, the whistles are blown here as they took the snap. Playing quarterback as we bring in Aaron Wilborn. He's a senior quarterback, 5'7", $177. The young man has put a lot of work in during the offseason. I've had a chance to watch him do a lot of things, not only on his own, but take a few trips with him to a few camps. I saw him really put a lot of work in at the Infinity Camp in Atlanta, where he worked out with some of the best quarterbacks around the country, not just locally, but taking that opportunity because he couldn't do anything with his guys here at the fort. He couldn't do anything really with any of his coaches, so he took that opportunity that was given. As they break the huddle, 2 receivers on each side, a high snap. He pulls it out of the ground. He slings this one across and incomplete. Wilburn, of course, going across the middle. I believe he was looking for, it looked like maybe Jalen Best there on the pass attempt there. Now, him and Jalen have worked well together during the off season, or during the summer season, if you will. And again, you're finding out now who put in that work during the off season, who sat home and allowed COVID to be an excuse, and who used that as a motivation. You're seeing that across the state as there's a lot of big matchups happening here tonight. 2 receivers on each side. Check that. There's 1 receiver to the left, 1 to the right, and a man in motion. Here comes Jalen Best. The handout to him. He's at the 5, the 3, and finally drug out at about the 3-yard line, keeping that clock moving, as that should bring up a second and about 3, maybe a 3rd and 3 here, as they'll spot that one close to the 4-yard line. So 3rd and goal coming up here as 11-17 remaining here in the second quarter. 42-0 the lead at homecoming as we welcome Stahl in here. Region play under the lights on a Friday night. 2 receivers on each side. Mr. Aaron Wilborn stands at the 10-yard line with his running back to the right side. He's going to sling that across the middle and in the hands of number 12. We said it earlier and we'll say it again. It's Mr. Trey Ryan catching that ball for a 6-point gain.
That was a great throw right there by Aaron. Just, throws it into traffic. He had to get it over the linebackers' heads and just puts it right on the money, and Trey's able to reel that thing in. What a great play.
Yeah, no doubt there, as we'll continue to keep you up to date on some scores around. Another big matchup happening here tonight. It's 3A football, and that is, of course, Hanahan taking on Oceanside. That could determine that region. Waiting for the snap. Ryan's going to hold it. Number 7's going to kick it, and it's going to go in. So an extra point is good for Chase Kennedy. We're going to break. 49-0 is the lead in the second quarter, guys. Welcome back, everybody. I'm Rich Shelby alongside Eddie Tilley on a Friday night under the lights. We promised you we'd give you 7 solid weeks, and we're just halfway home as we are now leading a 49-0 lead, 10:53 remaining in the second quarter. I did say the second quarter, and I did mention homecoming because at halftime we will crown a homecoming queen in 2020. That's right.
Yep, be big homecoming. We're going to let you guys witness that in total. So we'll be going down to the field and give you a shot of that, let you hear everything that's happening inside the stadium. And there's something else that folks didn't get to see on the commercial break, Richie, was a couple of breaks ago. We had the junior Patriots that got to run out there in the middle of the field, and those are the upcoming young men who are involved in the U leagues of football, and they're coming up in the Fort Dorchester program wearing the Fort Dorchester jerseys and colors, and now they're already getting the vision of what it's like to come into the big stadium on Friday night. They were super excited to be out there tonight.
Usman with the big kick there, and that's going back into the end zone, but he's going to bring it out. There comes, well, they'll cut it across the 20 to the 25 and probably dropped around the 24. Great job there by our special teams getting after it as well.
Smalls on that return.
You mentioned this program, of course, the South Carolina Youth Football Association. I work a lot with them over at Southern Sports Central. And actually, I called that game on my broadcast on Saturday night where I saw our future 4 Patriots, the 8U, the 10U, and the 12U. Tonight, you saw the 10U. Last week, it was the 8U. And then on the Somerville game, you'll see the 12U guys come out here. Remember, during the coaches show, he said he saw a lot of little Patriots. Well, that's who he saw was the 8U guys.
Yes.
Good times here. There's the snap, the handoff, and boy, he comes back around and sees an opportunity. I believe it was handed off to number 11 for the Star Warriors there, and that's going to be Mr. Chestnut. He made a little of something out of nothing as he gets it around the 26-yard line.
Yeah, Levin Otis Mack in there on the tackle for the Patriots. Yeah, and kudos to you, Richie, for your show and what you guys are doing for these young athletes. I love seeing the opportunity that you give them. You have these young men who normally wouldn't get time on the radio, and here they are coming on your radio show and getting highlighted players of the week and players of the game, and it just gives them a sense, again, for that big-time football.
That's what that platform's about. This one, of course, is about your Patriots on Friday nights. Of course, a quick job by the quarterback there. I think maybe he should have read that option a little different, hand it to his running back, number 11, but he didn't. He kept it himself, and Charles Watson, if he got back to the line of scrimmage, we're being generous. I don't think he did. I think they're going to spot it at the 24.
Yeah, that was big Quantrell Mathis in there coming in to make the tackle. And I mean, he stepped into that gap and wrapped that boy up quick.
As we see our defense out there, got some new faces and places here. Great job there by our coaches allowing some of our guys to get some work in here tonight as we lead 49-0 with 9 minutes and counting it down. It is homecoming. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. And that's a new quarterback, number 14, slinging it and bringing it almost in. I believe, number 20 over there on the coverage for your Patriots.
That's Khalid Gatson.
That was his to have, and he missed an opportunity to pull it in. As
he's slapping himself in the helmet right now, giving himself a little self-adjustment right there, talking about how wonderful it would be to have that opportunity one more time.
Kamari Davis is the new quarterback for the Star Warriors. 4th and 9 on the 25. They'll punt it. Nobody back deep for the Patriots to receive it, so maybe they're just going to let this one take a friendly bounce, and we'll spot the ball wherever it lands. 8:14 remaining on the second quarter. Good night for football here on a Friday nights in the Palmetto State. Some of the best football you'll catch around the country. Great snap this time, and they brought some heat, but not enough. As it bounces and takes a nice stall bounce into Patriot territory and down at the 43, maybe the 44-yard line. But yeah, the one thing that you mentioned, and we talked about this on a few shows, is what you're seeing in the South Carolina Youth Football Association League, led by Jay Williams and a bunch of other guys here around the Low Country. And that, of course, is here locally. It's Coach Nas, who does a great job leading all 3 programs. He's the commissioner for the Fort Dorchester programs. And that is they allow their young guys to wear the same thing at 8 that they wear at 18. Yes. And nothing skips a beat. Coach LaPrade comes out here, and if you think about it, for our B-team coach who comes out here, he watches the 12U because they'll be with him next year.
That's right.
And here we go back under the lights, 7-17. We lead 49-0 in the second quarter. 2 receivers to the left side, 1 to the right. They hand the ball off. Not a whole lot there. Mr. Smalls there on the cover there. And this is a young man that we're going to be keeping our eye on here in the future. Michael Smalls is a sophomore running back, 5'10", $176. And again, that's our future. We will unfortunately have to say goodbye to Mr. Wright. Dwayne Wright will graduate this year. he will be the next man in line. So let's go ahead and get him ready. Let's get him experience so that when that time comes, he'll be ready to step up. 6:44 remaining. We lead 49-0 here. The ball's going to spot on the left hash mark at the 45 of our own. There's 2 receivers on each side. Quarterback takes the snap, hands it back up to Mr. Smalls there, and he's going across the 50 and into stall territory, and it should be enough for a first down. Great job there by Aaron Wilborn. Again, watching this young man do some big things is very impressive as well as we start to look at some updates here. Stratford is all tied up with Wando. How about that? That's a game that's going to be interesting on that side of the region as well. We'll see Wando in about 3 weeks, by the way, as we head over to that side of the Cooper River. They break the huddle, 6:06 with 2 receivers to each side. Mr. Wilburn gets popped, and he is, of course, almost completed, but then almost bounced in the hands of one of the Stall Warriors.
Trey Washington, that just went right through his hands and bounced off his numbers.
Halftime at the Somerville West Ashley game. It's all zeros on that board.
That's got to be a heck of a game that's going on over there. And, of course, we'll be heading to West Ashley ourselves next week and encourage you, like Richie was saying, you know, the capacity numbers are a lot more diminished over in that county than they are here, so you're not going to be able to get a whole lot of people in there, but we would love to have you join us right here on FD Sports TV and make a party out of it, man. Get your friends and neighbors and have a big tailgate and then put the TV out on the driveway, get the fire pit going, and watch some Fort Dorchester football.
Here's the snap, and it's the first time we'll see our punter, and he'll punt this one, pooch it around, and it looks like it's going to get close. Did we touch it in time? I think so. Let's see if they spot this ball. Nope, it's a touchback. So that one will go back. We'll take it for a quick break as we take a lead with 49-0 here with 5:03 remaining. And you're listening, watching, and entertained by Ford's D Sports TV. Welcome back, everybody. Here we are at 4:40 remaining in the second quarter. It is homecoming 2020, 49-0 lead over the Star Warriors. We are in region play. We come in here 2-0, Stall 0-2. Quick toss out here, coming to the home side, and he's going to be met by that blue wall of defense. Great job there, hustling and getting to the line. For your Patriots, a couple of guys there in on the tackle, looking for some numbers. Number 34 for your Patriots there, the first young man to get to him. Of course, that's going to be Jaden Porter, junior linebacker, 5'10", $193, Eddie.
Yeah, and I will give a little shout-out to that quarterback for RB Stall, Kamari Davis. You know, I was watching him there on that play, and with the score like this, he had the wherewithal to realize they were short a player, was making the call from the sidelines to get that player in so that they could get that play off in time.
Here we go now as they line up. And, of course, Stall going to take the snap. They've got their backup quarterback in. He's going to hand it up the middle. And he's met there by the big wall of that defensive line. Again, getting a lot of our guys in, getting some reps. The number 2 teams are getting after it here. We're looking, I believe, number 34, once again, is one of the men that is on the tackle, Jaden Porter, once again, making the best out of his opportunities.
Yeah, that's what you're seeing right now with this defense that's in there. We're getting a lot of blue shirts to the ball, and I'm sure the coaching staff is happy about that.
3:34. They're also happy about that clock tick-tocking as it's a 49-0 lead here in the second quarter. Homecoming. They spot the ball on the 23. It's 3rd and 7. One receiver to the left, 2 to the right. They're in the middle of the field. There's the snap. 14's going to sling it, but here comes 47, and he's not going to catch him. And it's a quarterback keeper as he's now going to be drugged down and looking for the jersey numbers here. Great job there by the quarterback for Stall, able to kind of hear the pitter-patter of the feet coming behind him. And, of course, that's number 14, Kamari Davis, stepping in.
Yeah, it looked like number 42, Jaden Profit might have been in on that tackle.
Big-time action happened here tonight. It's homecoming. A little bit of that normalcy getting back into the seats here at the Fort. 2:49. We're up 49-0 in the second quarter. They spot the ball. It's 4th and 1 on the 29. They're going to go for it, trying to draw our guys off sides with that hard cadence call with 2 receivers on each side. Slinging the rock in the air, and he's wide open. In the hands and across the first down marker and drug out of bounds. Finally hit, I believe, looking for that number, 25 on the tackle for your Patriots. That's going to be Cameron Jones. Senior defensive back, 5'10", 164. You see, this is the longest we've seen our defense on the field a little bit, so they're getting a little bit of
Getting a little bit of a workout, and again, RB Stahl, they're fighting hard, not giving up.
Kamar Davis has stepped in as the quarterback for Stahl. They've got 3 receivers to the right, different formation this time with 1 to the left. He's going to throw it, and he's got some heat coming. He's going to take off and run, and not going to get a lot, maybe not even back to the line of scrimmage. Did a great job there by our defense playing assignment football.
Robert
21.
Whitmore in there didn't allow the quarterback to juke him out of his socks. He kept his eye on that waist right there, made the tackle. Good job bringing him down. The new quarterback for RB Stahl there. He's got some good moves. He's got some size on him too, and he's got an arm.
Yeah, he definitely has all that and more. As we see number 21 also able to do some things. We've got a lot of coaches that have really, taken some new roles. We'll talk about that here in a little bit as well. I know Coach Brent LaPrad's the new offensive coordinator. On the defensive side, we've got, of course, another guy who's taken over some new responsibility over there. We'll talk about that here in just a minute. In out of the hands, attended there for number 11.
Chestnut.
Yep. But you start to kind of look at things that are happening here for the Fort. Now, again, with Brent coming over to the offense, he's got to be pretty stoked, man. He's now got 49 on the board after getting 98 in the first 2 games. So all smiles last week here. But how about Coach Bobby Floyd? He's been coaching the guys over there. He's been around the defense for a long time. He gets a chance, like we see these guys getting a chance to do their thing, and he has done an incredible job as our defensive coordinators. I mean, as he's got a big 0 up there with right at a minute remaining.
Yeah, and if you know anything about a defensive coordinator, I guarantee you he is jacked up on that sideline right now.
Here's a quick handoff up the middle to number 11, I believe, and the ball's on the ground. Let's see if we're able to catch this one. Let's see if it bounced in the Fort direction here. And you saw, of course, a lot of hands are pointing into the Fort Dorchester side. We'll wait and see. And just like that, there's a turnover. So Chestnut has something positive, but unfortunately our guys are taught how to strip the ball away with 53 seconds. It will now be a first down for Dorchester as they will get it on the Stahl 43. Pretty sure we'll kind of see a slow run here.
Yeah.
Get the clock moving and just show some of that hospitality, of course, sportsmanship, and let's get to the half.
There you go. Probably facing a second half with a non-stop running clock as well.
Coming up here before the half, we're going to catch up with Coach Steve LaPrade, kind of get his opinions on what's going on. So I know right now our guys and girls down on the sideline are catching up with your head coach. Slinging it. Never mind. Here comes, it's intended for 86, and they've got him. Juke and John stay alive. In the end zone, he falls. I believe it should put 6 on the board, and it does. That one, of course, a great sling from Aaron Wilborn. He slung it from the 45, and he got it over there to number 86, Eddie, and that's going to be Trayshawn Middleton, a senior. Wide receiver, 5'10", $168, getting 6.
Yeah, he did a great job there. Great job, again, staying focused on the ball. The defender really had position on him, but he was able to wrestle that ball away, stay focused on it, put a move on another defender, and get into the end zone.
Trey Ryan ready to spot it, ready to kick it. It's going to be number 7, Chase Kennedy. It's 55-0 here with 24 seconds remaining, and a great job, Mr. Wilborn, the quarterback, slinging that rock. There's the snap. It's good. In between the poles it goes as we now take a 56-0 lead with 24 seconds remaining. You're watching, listening, and being entertained. It's homecoming. Don't go anywhere.
Hey, this is Carrie with Zaxby's off of Dorchester Road. We're excited to be sponsors of the Fort Dorchester football team again this year. So go Patriots!
You don't have to share, but it'd be a lot cooler if you did. The new Zax Pack for 2 with 8 chicken fingers, double the fries, 2 drinks, and that world-famous Zax sauce. Twice the flavor for just $14.99. Only at Zaxby's. Order ahead, drive-through, or get it delivered.
With Zaxby's off of Dorchester Road. We're excited to be sponsors of the Fort Dorchester football team again this year. So go Patriots!
You don't have to share, but it'd be a lot cooler if you did. The new
Welcome back, everybody. It is a 56-0 lead, and the kickoff is now going to go in towards the end zone. He's going to bring it out. Here comes Stahl, and I believe they're going to give it a touchback. He had his foot in the end zone. So they'll bring that one to the 20 with 22 seconds remaining. It's homecoming, 56-0. Don't go anywhere at halftime because we're going to not only bring you a homecoming festivities like no other here. That's what we do at Big at the Fort. But we're going to have our guy down on the field getting ready for an opportunity to kick a field goal. And that's going to be Greg Greer, who will be kicking the ball for our Stokes Mazda, halftime show.
Well, hopefully we're going to see probably get a snap at the ball here. Of course, you never know. RB Stall might have a little razzle-dazzle. They've got 22 seconds left in this quarter. They come out. They've got 2 receivers out to each side.
Stall breaks the huddle with 2 receivers on each side. The quarterback now back in, the freshman, number 8. Hands it off up the middle, and that should do it there. Run the clock down, they will go. Of course, now that will hit us into halftime here, Eddie, and we're going to wait to see if we can catch up with our head coach here in just a minute here. The clock is at 5 seconds. If they get it off underway, they'll be lucky here with 1. And that'll do it.
Yeah, that's going to do it.
All right, so we'll wait and see here just for a minute here as we're going to keep an eye on Clinton Robinson Sr., and I believe he's going to be standing live right there with Coach LaPrade. Let's go down to the sideline with your head coach, Steve LaPrade.
Ready? Hey, Coach. Well, halftime. You guys won a lot. So on a lopsided game like this, what do you expect and what do you want these guys to do to keep the motivation going?
I want to do this in class, and they turned the ball over so much. I don't think we ran it for 12 or 15 offensive plays.
That's right.
It's a lopsided game, so we're just going to get a bunch of guys in. We already have. Get a bunch more out.
Back here for homecoming 2020. Welcome back.
Class.
There you go. We appreciate it, Coach. Thank you.
This will make your night.
Ladies and gentlemen, your head coach down there kind of breaking down everything that's happening. Let's give you a kind of a rundown. Coming up now is going to be Greg Greer, the former Fort Dorchester Patriot for homecoming. They'll spot the ball on the 30, and this is going to possibly get him a Mazda for a year. I'm going to give you the kick. And boy, that definitely
might have pulled a hammy there, too.
He might have pulled a hammy, and that was just a wide bit left.
Yeah.
We'll blame the wind.
Blame the wind. Good. A lot of wind out here. It's just kicking up. It's a solid brutal. 2 to 3 miles an hour.
Oh, it is definitely. And they'll, I believe they'll spot it one more time. They'll bring it in a little bit closer. I mean, if this guy drains it from the 30, they might as well give him a jersey.
Might as well. You know, there might have been a little strategy in there. Maybe he's thinking he'll pull in a little sleeper move right there, get a little bit closer. Maybe he knew he couldn't hit the long one.
They're going to spot this one on the 10. And the kick. Wide to the left.
Oh!
Very close.
Had the distance, Richie, just a little bit wide.
Let's see what we can do. Let's take a break, and we come back and enjoy the halftime festivities. We're going to crown a queen tonight. You're enjoying it right here at FD Sports TV. It's halftime. We'll be right back.
With Zaxby's off of Dorchester Road. We're excited to be sponsors of the Fort Dorchester football team again this year. So go Patriots!
You don't have to share, but it'd be a lot cooler if you did. The new Zax Pack for 2.
that. Mom just texted me and said that there's no audio.
Mom just texted and said there's no audio.
Emma Rebish, escorted by her sister Taylor Rebish. And Isabella Tronco, escorted by her father, Michael Tronco. These are your sophomore princess contestants. And now your junior class princess contestants. Jordan Corngible, escorted by Danielle Greenman. Mackenzie Slater, escorted by Brittany Hopkins. And Trinity Rollins, escorted by her uncle, Wesley Rollins. These are your junior class princess contestants. And now, presenting your 2020 Senior Homecoming Queen contestants. Abby Barton, escorted by her father, James Barton. Jada Casey, escorted by her father, Kevin Campbell. Olivia Johnson, escorted by her sister, Delexis Johnson. And Zaya Johnson, escorted by her father, Ulysses Gonzalez. Your 2020 Senior Homecoming Queen contestants. The winners of the Homecoming Court were chosen on the basis of personal essay, popular vote, and participation in all of the Homecoming Spirit Week activities, including Character and Superhero Day, Pajama Day, Athlete versus Athlete, and Patriot Pride, Red, White, and Blue. The contestants with the highest total score are selected as the winner. First, we'd like to introduce and congratulate your 2020 Freshman Class Princess, Reagan Yost. Congratulations, Reagan Yost, escorted by her father, Tony Yost, your 2020 Freshman Class Princess. And now your 2020 sophomore class princess is Isabella Tronco. Isabella Tronco, escorted by her father, Michael Tronco, your 2020 sophomore class princess. And now your 2020 junior class princess is Trinity Rollins, escorted by her uncle Wesley Rollins. Congratulations, your 2020 junior class princess, Trinity Rollins. And congratulations to all of the 2020 Princess contestants. And now, we would like to welcome back our 2019 homecoming queen, Chidera Nkimosai. She is majoring in biology at North Carolina Agricultural and Technical State University, and she will have the honor of crowning this year's homecoming queen. Welcome back, Chidera. Our first runner-up for the 2020 Fort Dorchester Homecoming Queen is Jada Casey, escorted by her father, Kevin Campbell. Congratulations to our first runner-up, Jada Casey. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Patriots everywhere, your 2020 Fort Dorchester Homecoming Queen is Olivia Johnson, escorted by her sister, Alexis Johnson. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for your 2020 Fort Dorchester Homecoming Queen, Olivia Johnson. And ladies and gentlemen, clap your hands in the stands for our entire homecoming court one more time as they leave the field for Homecoming 2020 here in Fort Dorchester High School.
Congratulations to Fort Dorchester coach Steve LaPrade on winning the Division I state championship. Pretty amazing considering he was nearly permanently sidelined by severe back pain. But the coach made the right call and brought in the special team at Southeastern Spine Institute who helped him get back on the field.
They told me to get out and walk the day after surgery, and I was walking like 4 miles 3 or 4 days after surgery. It's amazing. It's amazing what those guys can do. I gave him a picture, and I wrote on there, thanks for giving me my coaching career back, because I don't think I'd lasted too much longer. I was hurting.
I would tell anybody that's living with back pain that it's foolish to do so nowadays. They need to hear about the modern techniques. I think there's too many people living with back problems that don't need to be.
If you got back pain and somebody fixes it, it's a big thing. Until you've had it, you don't know.
Visit southeasternspine.com or call 866-SPINE-50 for an appointment.
It can only be better with Wendy's breakfast. A tomorrow that says bacon, not can't. Where fresh eggs reign like opportunity. Goodness is spread. And the Frosty is chinoed. And right now, tomorrow brings even more. Like a honey butter chicken biscuit for just $1.99. No matter what, tomorrow's looking good. Tomorrow also available today.
With Zaxby's off of Dorchester Road. We're excited to be sponsors of the Fort Dorchester football team again this year. So go Patriots!
You don't have to share, but it'd be a lot cooler if you did. The new Zax Pack for 2 with 8 chicken fingers, double the fries, 2 drinks, and that world-famous Zax sauce. Twice the flavor for just $14.99. Only at Zaxby's. Order ahead, drive-through, or get it delivered.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. It is third quarter as we get ready here in just a little bit to put some toe to the leather and start another quarter of football. To get you an update on the third quarter, Somerville finally has put 3 on the board to break that 0-0 board. And again, a lot on the line for many reasons in the region. Playoffs, there's just so many headlines into that game alone. Of course, we're going to keep an eye on how that ends up because next week we go to West Ashley. Of course, what do they look like coming out of this? Because that is a smash-mouth football game. You know, so there's going to be a different storyline coming into that week next week.
There is. That's going to be a huge game. We're looking forward to going over there as we get set and kick off the second half here at the Fort.
And Guzman's going to put it across the shoulder blades of number 3, and it bounces in the end zone. And look at this. He looks to Coach LaPrade like, I did that.
And, Richie, let's give a big shout-out to Miss Olivia Johnson, our homecoming queen this year. This big night for those young ladies. Everybody decked out in their finest, looking beautiful out there on the football field and escorted by family members. It's just a special night. And, again, it's a special night. You know, Richie and I have the privilege of being here and looking at the stands and just seeing a home team side that is just full of people, socially distancing, obviously, but at the same time, we've got as many in here as we can and still be socially distancing. We've got a great atmosphere.
I want to give Jada Casey the runner-up for tonight as well as the homecoming runner-up tonight. Just a great job. You saw these young ladies come out here and just really put on their best smile, and it's good competition, but you see their families representing them and walking out, and, you know, it makes me feel extremely old. My oldest, by the way, graduated 2 years ago from Hanahan. My son graduates from Somerville this year, so that's going to be, you know, the story to be told. And then I got 2 more coming up in the pipeline. I know you've had a few of these conversations.
Mine are gone, Richie. Mine are done. hit college and are out, so I got a few years head start on you.
Yes, you do. Talking about a head start, it's 56-0 in the third quarter, 11:31. And it's going to be Stahl with the ball. They're going to catch it here at the 24, 2nd and 6. 2 receivers on each side. Quarterback at the shotgun. He takes the snap, looks to the home side. Number 3 completes it. He goes across the 25. He hits the 30 to the 34. And a great job of pitch and catch there. You got to give it to him. They're not giving up. And number 8 on the field, Charles Woodson to Stephon Smalls. And again, we talk about these young kids and we talk about their head coach over there that we had a chance to talk to, and Coach Bessinger. But you also have to look across the way. I mean, their parents are traveled, the fans are over there. They've got a pretty good crowd, you know, considering they're 0-2, and they know they have an upward climb because they lost so many last year.
They do, and you know, part of our sideline reporting down there from Miss Keisha, she was over there on that sideline towards the end of the second half and said the fans over there are fantastic, and the players and coaches also have got a great attitude over there on the sideline.
Here comes number 8. Look at this young man. Excuse me, check that. 8 handed it off there. And, of course, a good run there by number 6. Check that's Tyshawn Mack, the running back. The sophomore went around the right side. And we've got one of our guys down. It's probably going to be a cramp. And that's going to happen because think about this. These guys have been going 100 miles an hour, putting up some points, doing some running around. Even the guys on the sideline have been running back and forth from celebrating the touchdowns. And then they go over here and they have to sit down. So it's like an engine after a little while. If it sits still a little bit, it cramps up a little bit. For guys like you and I, man, you know, we deal with that every morning.
Every morning. And I tell you, let's take a moment right now, too, just to think about the whole reason we're able to bring this game to you tonight and every Friday night, both home and away games, are the awesome sponsors that we have. The City of North Charleston, a great place to work and live. Wendy's, got to go by Wendy's, get you one of those Baconator breakfast sandwiches. Love that. And then, of course, we got Zaxby's, Southeastern Spine, Raising Cane's. Raising Cane's is one of our big sponsors, and Adidas. Got to love that sportswear from Adidas. We'd love to have you be a part of our sponsorship as well. Just contact us at fdfootball.com. We'd love to have you become a sponsor of our show.
No doubt about it. Also want to give a shout out to our trainers, our student trainers, everybody across the board for these young ladies and men who put in the hours that nobody knows what they do. They're at every practice, they're at every game, and they're separating water bottles across tables, making sure that there's none of that double dipping going on. Here's the snap, the quick toss out to number 3. It looked like it hit the ground, but they're going to give him the catch.
I think they...
and I believe it hit the ground and it bounced right in his hands.
I thought I heard some whistles.
But, of course, they'll bring that one back there, and not a bad play, and we'll wait and see kind of what we're looking at here. But, you know, when you start to kind of put together, I want to thank Mr. Trip Aldridge, the principal here. Of course, he does an incredible job of making us feel like, you know, we're family. You know, we're here every Friday night. You and I get to show up at practices. I saw him the other night with his family eating dinner, got a chance to say hello to him, and he recognized me right away, and he made sure that he said hello, and that means a lot to me as well. They break the huddle. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right, and the quarterback's going to roll out to the left side, but he's going to be met with a few blue jerseys, not before he hits the 50 to the 45, and a dangerous slide by number 8 there, of course, the starting quarterback. He's a freshman, Charles Watson. That, again, if you're sitting on the other side, you're looking at this in a different eyeglass, and that is a factor. Right. That's their future. He's a true freshman.
Right. Yes.
Right? So he's getting to go against the number 1, 2, 3 best team in the state, not just here in our area, but in the state of South Carolina. And again, moving the ball across into Fort Dorchester territory as they now have a 3rd and 1 on the 42 on the left hash mark. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the, 3 to the right, 1 to the left. There's the snap, the handoff to that number 11, but I'm afraid he didn't get anything at all. That was
Mr. Chestnut.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's had a lot of carries tonight. Unfortunately, hadn't got a lot of yardage, but he's a big back. Obviously, their main running back, and we got a few words taking place down there around the official.
Yep.
Some guys just doing sorting some things out.
Looking around here as we also want to talk to about our athletic director, also our head football coach. Coach LaPrade, I got to tell you something. For anybody who's an athletic director, kudos to you. But if you're a football coach and an athletic director, my goodness, you get a game ball every day. They break the huddle with 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Take the snap, toss it out to the right. Number 6 for Stahl, going to try to get it across. Oh, my, and he was met with head and shoulders over there on the right side. And you see the excitement there, and I'm trying to see the number.
Looks like 26.
24.
Logan Tucker Jr. Logan Tucker Jr. on that hit.
Big time hit there. 8:03 remaining. It's a 56-0 lead here in the 3rd quarter. Homecoming 2020 in full steam here. Next week, we hit the road. We get back out on the road as we'll head over down 61 over into West Ashley, and we'll bring it to you live right here on FD Sports TV. Of course,
great opportunity for you just to avoid that traffic and avoid risking are you going to be able to get in or not because they have tighter restrictions on the occupancy over there. Just watch it right here on FD Sports TV.
Very small amount of guys getting in. 7:31, the lead 56-0, and it's going to be a turnover on downs. Aaron's going to get the snap. He's going to toss it out to number 88. He goes across the 50. He's still on his feet at the 40. Finally tripped out about the 36-yard line, and you got to give it to the big man who's a tight end, but he plays a lot of important positions, not just as a receiver. Great job there by seeing what was out there.
Number 88 there. I got to watch him in practice this week. I actually got to watch that play there, and they just executed it exactly the way they did to practice. So, again, I know the coaching staff is very happy about that. That's number 82.
So you see 88 is Dalen Bancroft, a senior wide receiver, 6'2", 213, as they now break the huddle. 2 receivers on each side. Aaron going to take the snap, sling it up in the hands and across the 40. Going to go to the 30 and finally drug out to the 28, maybe getting 29-yard line, looking for the number as he gets back up. Great job there and a great play call. And we're looking there at number 13 was the guy who was across the middle, and that's Nicholas Mintz, a senior wide receiver at 5'8", $158. Comes in here, gets now 2nd and 2. They'll spot the ball on the 29, 6:20, and the clock continues to tick-tock here in the 3rd quarter. As homecoming, the queen has been crowned, and the 3rd quarter is amongst us here at the fort. There's the snap, the handoff. Nope, pulls it back out and across the middle. Intended, I believe, for number 22. Nope. Trying to see that number there across the middle. I'm not sure if you can see it, Eddie, better than I can.
No, I wasn't able to catch that one, Richie.
We're going to go 88, so I checked that, number 88.
Okay,
that's a little bunched up there in the front there.
Tight end.
Here's the snap, and they're going to hand it off to Smalls. He bounces off of 1, pulls off another to the 20. He's still on his feet at the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Touchdown, and just like that, a great read and a great job as you see the offensive lineman. Let's give the big guy some love there. Number 67 put up a block like it was a detour.
Jeffrey Dawson.
Great job, Mr. Dawson. I remember that young man when he played some baseball in the travel league over there at, of course, Gahagan. So to see him doing some big things down here is very impressive.
That's exciting. Oh, it looks like we've got an RB Stall player down on the field, so we'll have a little bit of a timeout while they tend to him. Probably, again, cramping up, like you said earlier. That's always an issue when you come back in the second half. Guys who don't quite get stretched out. They come out, they do a little bit of warm-ups, but there's a lot that happens when you spend 2 quarters running up and down the field, and then all of a sudden, you know, and this was a homecoming game, so our halftime was a little bit longer than normal. And so as the players are lining up for the kick, they're going to tend to this injured player back here on about the 25-yard line. Again, it's just great seeing the big crowds out here. You know, everybody's hanging in there on both sides. I love to see that the RB Stall crowd, they're over there. They're in great spirits. They're cheering their team on, and they're hanging right there with them through this game. And like I was saying earlier, Miss Keisha over there on the sideline, she was happy to get over there and get to spend a little bit of time around the players and the coaches, and they were very much still in the game, talking strategy and not giving up at all, no attitudes like sometimes you see developing when you have a game like this. And it just says a lot for the character and integrity of the RB Stall guys. And, of course, our guys over here on this sideline just having a ball on homecoming, which is exactly what you want homecoming to be.
No doubt. Let's take a break as we have the lead 62-0 here. It is 5:30 remaining in the third quarter. We'll be right back as you're watching it.
With Zaxby's off of Dorchester Road. We're excited to be sponsors of the Fort Dorchester football team again this year. So go Patriots!
You don't have to.
Welcome back, everybody, as now they attend to the player there as he walks off the field. A little bit of help there, but it's good to see him walk off on his own accord as they're now going to spot the ball at the 10. And the young man, number 12, is going to hold the ball. Trey Ryan is the kicker, number 7. Chase Kennedy going to go for another one. I'll tell you what, he's got some
give
points
Chase
on the board.
9 points. If he gets this one through here on this attempt, he'll be up for 9 points. Not bad for a kicker.
Pending the extra point, we're sitting here at 62-0, 5:30. The kick is up, I believe.
And it is good. And those 9 points coming all, of course, on 1 point after touchdown. So as we watch the Fort Dorchester team run through the end zone with the flags, that's always fun to watch. They're out there. They've been out there a lot tonight. That's lap number 9 for them as well. Exciting. They're excited to be there.
Now, the one thing that I saw yesterday, that David Shelton, he's the beat writer, of course, for the Post-and-Courier, does a great job covering all the low country sports. He gave us his top 10. Let's give it to you real quick here. Number 1, your Fort Dorchester Patriots sitting there at 2-0. Number 2, the Creek. Now, they lost last week. Right now, I believe they're up big against the team that they are playing here tonight. And if I'm not mistaken, it's Cane Bay. They're winning that one right now, but they're at number 2. First Baptist, of a team out of the Skis over there on James Island. They're 5-0. Oceanside right now, I believe, is trailing Hanahan, but they're at number 4. Berkeley, the Stags, at number 5 in their top 10. Number 6 is Hanahan. Number 7, West Ashley. Number 8, Baptist Hill. Check that out. Philip Simmons, for the first time in their school history, they're 2-0. They're playing Woodland tonight over there in Philip Simmons. They have a chance at this is a brand new school over there in Mount Pleasant to be 3-0 for the first time. And, of course, Wando, we just got an update on that game just moments ago. They're actually up 21-14 over Stratford. So, you wonder how things kind of lay up. Wando, they're playing good against Stratford. Stratford kind of struggled against Cane Bay. I believe Cane Bay was beat pretty bad by, of course, Wando. Somerville beat Stratford. What's not to like about Friday nights? And there's the kick in the end zone, and check out the big man. He's going to put 3 in the back of that end zone. Of course, look at him as celebrating as kickers do when they do big things. That's Jonathan Guzman. We'll kind of look around here quickly at some of the other headlights here, because I know we've taken a lot of breaks here tonight, so we're going to try to hang out with you a little bit more as we look at some of the games that are happening around. And for me, again, I know we talk about what's happening over at the Somerville game. They're leading 3-0 somewhere in the third quarter. That's a game that we're all going to be watching. But when you see some of these other scores, for me, it's an interesting thing. We're keeping an eye on that course, game on the Grand Strand with Sumter as we scrimmage these guys during the preseason. They're playing Carolina Forest, and it's 14-13 Carolina Forest. They run that up the middle. Let's give the big defensive man there credit for that tackle there, number 53. On the tackle, that's going to be Jamin Brown, sophomore defensive line, 5'9", 235. Good job there for the young man who's able to get in there and do some big things as well. A lot happening around, of course, the low country and around the state of South Carolina. Glad to see Friday Night Lights happening. Not the conversation in North Carolina and Virginia, so be thankful for what we have here on a Friday night as we lead 63-0, 4:56 in the third quarter. Quarterback slings it out, and I believe he was hit before he threw it. Looking at the number there, I think number 45 for your Fort Dorchester Patriots, Nathan Joyner got in there, the senior defensive lineman, 5'9", 212. It was intended for number 3, Stephon Smalls, incomplete. That'll bring up a 3rd down. Eddie, again, you know, we're doing the same thing. We've got our young guys in here. You see a lot of new names, new faces and places. So there's a lot of, I would say, scorecards that are being picked up by our coaches to see who's ready to step up if need be.
Exactly. This is great game time experience because coaches watch these guys in practice, but it's not the same as being an actual game time experience.
How about 36 there? Gets off a block and stays with the play, and he's going to be the guy that gets credit for that tackle.
Mr. Dominic Greer.
Sophomore linebacker, 5'11", $188, bringing up a 4th down.
Yeah, like you said, Richie, I mean, this is the time to shine. You know, we were at one of the earlier practices right before the first game, and Coach Pratt had that conversation with the guys during practice. He said, look, you know, this season is crazy with the COVID and everything going on. We don't know what's going to happen on any given day, so you need to be ready to go. You know, you might not be the number 1 guy, but you might be the number 2 or the number 3, and you need to be ready to go at a moment's notice. So he had a great talk with those guys, and this is a great example. So you do it in practice, and then you get a game like this where you have an opportunity to get in there, and this is your opportunity to shine and show the coaches, you know, your discipline, you know, your game assignments, that you're paying attention to what's going on in practice, and that you're executing on the field in the game.
Looks like they're going to punt the ball. Nobody back for the Fort. There's the pooch. It's going to get somewhere around the 50, and if it takes it does a great stall bounce around to the 40, to the 39, and they touch it there. So it'll be 1st and 10 Fort Dorchester's football with 3:33 remaining, and the clock continues to hopefully move in that direction as we have a 63-0 lead. An update over in Oceanside and Hanahan. That is a battle for 3A. You've got 2 brand new coaches, and that's something else we can kind of talk about why we're kind of getting this thing ready to be keyed up here on the football field as your Fort Dorchester Patriots get ready to come back on offense, is we had about 22 head coach changes across the low country. That's got to be a record. I mean, no doubt. You got Art Craig leaving, of course, Timberland. He's at Hanahan. You got Joe Call leaving Somerville. He's at Oceanside, and they're down there at Johnson A. Good Stadium playing some football tonight as it is right now, 10-7, Oceanside heading to the 4th. 2 receivers, check that. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. They spotted on the left hash mark on the 40. Mr. Aaron going to wheel and deal, and he's going to take this one back to the line of scrimmage as he was trying to read that one. I'm not sure if that was a keeper or just a broke down play, but of course you got to give it to that quarterback, Aaron Wilborn, who's got a great arm, by the way. You know,
he
I know
does. He's got a great
arm.
arm. He's a very mobile quarterback. He kind of reminds you of watching old Michael Vick back there. You know, making those moves and not only being able to get the legs out to the side, but also keeping that eye down the field.
Continue to move the ball here with 2:17 remaining. 63-0 here at homecoming. 2nd and 11 on the 39. They take the snap, looking to the left side, and in the hands of receiver. That's number 2. Needed to get him.
Giannis Madison. And he's going to get a 1st down.
And they'll move the chains there. This is a young man that I'm looking for some big things. You and I know him on a different level, of course, here and other places. But we've seen this young man at 6'3", $191, and it's all about confidence. And that's another thing that they're getting here is an opportunity to touch the ball, get familiar with it, have that jitter out of the way. They can go home. They can know that they contributed tonight, right, instead of standing over here on the side.
That's right.
So many positives as they break the huddle with 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Spot the ball on the 48. We're over there in stall territory. The man in motion, left to right. Aaron's going to hand it off, and it's going to bounce off. I believe Smalls is still on his legs here. He's going to go to the 40, to the 39. No, check that. Number 28 with the ball, Jeremiah Capers. Sophomore running back, 5'9", $180, and there's another name that we haven't called yet.
There's another name we haven't seen yet this season, Richie, and you know, again, that's just great experience for him. He did a great job shaking off that first tackle, keeping his legs up under him, driving his legs, and I'm sure the running back coach is going to be proud of him, giving an attaboy when he gets to the sideline as the Patriots come out and run the next play.
No doubt as they break the huddle there with 2 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. Hand it off the middle. There he goes again. Good read there. That's number 27, another name that we'll call here.
Mr. Tucker.
Scott Tucker, junior running back, 5'6", $146. So we're getting these young legs some opportunities. Tucker's a big name around this area as well. We know a lot of Tuckers between here and a few other schools. We're under 30 seconds here. 63-0 the lead. Your Patriots with the lead on a homecoming night. It should be the last play of the quarter. 2 receivers each side. Aaron Wilburn taking the snaps at the 40. Pulls it back out. He's going to take it himself. Here come those legs across the 30 to the 28. Not enough for a first down, but that will bring it to the end of the third quarter. We'll take a break with the lead, 63-0 here on a homecoming night 2020. Guys, don't go anywhere.
Hey, this is Carrie with Zaxby's off of Dorchester Road. We're excited to be sponsors of the Fort Dorchester football team again this year. So go Patriots!
You don't have to share, but it'd be a lot cooler if you did. The new Zax Pack for 2 with 8 chicken fingers, double the fries, 2 drinks, and that world-famous Zax sauce. Twice the flavor for just $14.99. Only at Zaxby's. Order ahead, drive-thru, or get it delivered.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm Rich Elman here alongside Eddie Tilley. It is homecoming 2020. They're getting ready to snap the ball here in just a minute. They get the clock moving. 63-0 is the score on homecoming night. Here's the snap across the middle, and I believe it's going to be incomplete. We've got some flags flying, so some laundry is going to be attained to here in just a minute with 11:48. Eddie and I, we've put 3 quarters in the books. We come to our final quarter. You know, our defense right now, stand up, doing their job. Our offense has done a great job. By the way, the defense has got 21 points out of that 63.
Yeah, 21 points, and give the special teams the initial 7 on that kickoff return to start the game. Again, just been a great night. It's going to be a fun day to watch film for the team, to see a lot of the good stuff that happened and celebrate that, and also a lot of things that they learned. You know, they got a lot of good game time practice for these young men who might not have an opportunity in a closer game to get in there, and they get some real good game time experience.
2nd and 8, spotted on the right hash mark, 33-yard line. The snap to Aaron Wilborn. He takes the snap, throws it out there to 85, completes it. He's going to go across the 30. He's all the way to the 25, count it to the 23, and that's going to be on the reception. Number 85, we'll get his number pulled up here in just a minute as they are doing a great job getting a lot of new guys in. That's Kenny Tucker. Another Tucker name there, the wide receiver, 5'11". Great job there of him getting in and getting the opportunity. Now, of course, a gain of 11 will put up another 1st and 10, and ball on the 22, left hash mark. They look to the side for the play, and they'll spot the ball. 2 receivers to the left, to the right. Aaron Wilburn takes the snap, steps up, throws it across, and intended. Looking for that number down there.
22.
Justin.
82, number 82, sorry.
It is that's the same number because he's got it kind of tucked up under his pants.
It does, yeah. Every time I see it, I think it's a 22, but it's not. It is 82.
It's 100% not 8. So we look at number 82. Want to give him a little bit of love here tonight, as it was just a little bit over the top of his head. Of course, 82 is Troy Roney, a junior wide receiver, 5'8", buck 42. Man in motion, left to right there. That'll put 2 receivers on each side. They'll take the snap and pull it back out, but he's going to stay on his feet there to the 30, to the 25. Jukes one guy all the way to the 15, to the 10. Boy, let me tell you, he left those shoes over there on the sideline.
He did. Boy, these students up here, they went crazy. When they put that juke on that guy, there's a bunch of guys jumped up to their feet and just did a little hoo out here in the stands.
Who dat? I can tell you who that is. Great job. There you see the replay coming at you there, and Aaron just going to put on a clinic. Number 6 on the chart, number 1 on your heart. Coming at you, Aaron Wilborn. Quarterback, 5'7", a buck 77. Getting the most out of this opportunity with 9:43 with the lead, 63-0, homecoming 2020. 2 receivers each side, takes the snap, going to go to the right side. He gets him complete to 27. Not before he's getting a few yards. Great job there. Good completion by Scott Tucker. The junior running back, 5'6", a buck 46. The clock continues to move a little bit there. And again, good gamesmanship by the coaches.
There you go. Keep the clock moving. Keep the ball rolling. You know, again, this is good experience on both sides of the ball.
Right.
But at the same time, it's good sportsmanship. Just keep that clock running.
We're learning a lot here tonight with 9:08 remaining. Under the lights at the fort. 2 receivers left side, 2 right side. Quarterback stands at the shotgun. Going over to the running back and the tip drill in effect. And it's going to be tipped in and out of the hands. A great job there by number 65 with a lot of pressure there from, of course, RB Stall as they get in there. Of course,
Mr.
Jeremiah Smith, one of the captains tonight.
Yeah, yep, one of the captains of the RB Stall team.
He's a senior, so that's what they do. By the way, he's an offensive lineman, so he's doubling up tonight.
That's right. That's right. And that's just good leadership right there. That's just an excellent example of never giving up.
Clock continues to move here with a 63-0 lead. 2 receivers each side. Aaron Wilburn takes the snap, looks to the right, completes the pass. That's going to go across, and he's met up with a couple of his buddies and a few white jerseys as well to the right side. He's dropped somewhere looking at the marker. Looks like the 9-yard line. That'll bring up a 4th down. Now the question is, do you bring out a field goal kicker and put 66 on the board? Do you go and try to run the ball some more? It's 8:09. We're going to hit under 8 minutes before we snap it. You know, again, you just kind of wait and see, and it looks like we'll keep the offensive out there. And why not? Let's get these young guys a little bit of time here.
There you go.
Looks down at that playbook there. Now they'll have 2 receivers each side. Takes the snap, pulls it in, pulls it out, and completed. Nope, incomplete. So in and out of the hands
of number 12.
And he was looking for the guy that we call, of course, Trey Ryan. He's a junior. He's a sophomore, by the way, Eddie. This is a kid, and you and I get a chance to watch what he does on these practice fields. He gives 100%. He gets there early. He stays late. He's always asking questions. Those are the kind of guys that you want on your roster. And I tell you what, being over here for the first time this year, and I've covered these teams over here for the last 10, 12 years with Southern Sports Central, I've had the chance to get to see Decarion Joiners. I got a chance to see some of the other big names like Mr. John Simpson. Of course, you know, you look at Carlos Dunlap, Robert Quinn. I'm just mentioning some guys, the Johnson boys. And here comes some other new names, and he's dropped a guy back there on the tackle there, number 26. That's
going to be Logan Tucker Jr. Great job of just, you know, Logan, he did, you know, a lot of times these younger defensive guys, you know, they might go in for a tackle like that, and in that open field, they might get a little bit nervous or hesitate, and he didn't. He just went in full speed and made a great tackle.
That's going to bring up 2nd and 14. They'll spot the ball on the 5. 4th quarter, 7-17, 63-0 the lead on homecoming night. Patriots are up big time. Here's the snap. Hits the ground, and they're going to get some heat there. Great job by the quarterback getting out of the pocket. It's going to make a lot out of nothing as number 14 is the backup quarterback, comes in there.
Kamari
and
Davis.
Great job there by seeing the opportunity.
Yeah, and he's a big body quarterback. He's like a Ben Roethlisberger sitting back there. He's just a big fella, and we've seen him in there a couple of times tonight. A lot of times he does. He'll look downfield, but he also has some good feet to move it.
As we go 6:46, 63-0 here at homecoming. 4th quarter, 3rd and 7. They spot the ball on the 12 with 2 receivers on the left side, 1 to the right, running back on each side from the shotgun formation. This quarterback's going to sling it, and he's going to probably get incomplete, no doubt there on the coverage. Looking at number 19, I believe, on the charts there. That's going to be Anthony Pariza. Usually a wide receiver, if that's the right guy. Again, the jersey's on the far side.
I think it's a 49. 49.
49.
49.
Again, if you're looking to catch up with some of these young junior Patriots, you can, of course, go to Woodland tomorrow. They'll be taking on the Wolverines up there, and kickoff's around 9:30. That starts the 8U. Right after that, it'll be the 10U and the 12U. 4th and 7. They spot it on the 12. Here comes a punt. Nobody back to receive this. Well, let's see if the referee gets it.
He's going back there for it.
He was in great position. I just like the way he turned his shoulders.
Keeping his eye on the ball.
Did keep his eye on the ball.
He did.
Definitely working on a game ball tonight.
That's right. That's right.
Well, I mean, you know, he had a lot
he's
of
the same one that dropped the interception earlier in the first half.
So we're giving him an most improved.
There you go.
There you go.
Yeah. Great job on his technique.
Yeah, it's all footwork and shoulders. So we're looking to give somebody a most improved, and we're going to give it to that guy.
There you go. There you go. We'll give it to the officiators.
There you go. They blow the whistle. Is it 6:06 remaining on the 4th quarter? 63-0. A lot of great things happening here. Another update here. Somerville in the 4th quarter, still up 3-0 over West Ashley over at Somerville, and it is a Stratford 31-21 over Wando. Shocker. Tell you what, old Denny doing some things over there. Here's a quick handoff from the Fort Dorchester Patriots all the way across the 45, and they finally dropped them at the 47, maybe 48. Pick up a 2. Still the clock moves, and again, I like this. I like this again because at one point you were wondering, how this thing was going to go in the second half, and again, sportsmanship across the board for Coach LaPrade, and what's what we do here.
Yeah, and that's what you're seeing on both sides of the ball. When RB Stall's got the ball on offense, you're watching them take advantage of this time, even with their offense, to work on some big plays and some A little bit of razzle-dazzle here and there.
Wilburn takes the snap, hands it off there to number 27. Scott Tucker there runs it up the middle there, 5'6", a buck 46. Going to get it close to the 50, but not enough there. So he'll hit now about the 49. Right hash mark get a go with 5 minutes remaining. Lot happening. Don't forget, next week we hit the road. Come on with us. Stay at home. We'll take care of all the
don't get in that traffic. Don't fight all that. Just stay home. Put some wings on the grill. Maybe smoke some ribs.
Or go to Cane's, or go to Wendy's.
Cane's or Wendy's.
Pull your Adidas out.
There you go.
Hang out with us.
Wear that Adidas gear.
Quick handoff up the middle. He goes and chops his feet. And a great job there by Scott Tucker as he ran across the 50 and gets a first down, and they'll spot the ball at the 41 of course, Stahl.
Yeah, great job of running right there. I mean, that was just big league running. He just right up the gut, right up the middle. Had several defenders on him, but he kept his arms on both arms on the ball, and he kept those legs up underneath him and moving. You just got to keep those legs moving, and he did. And those guys were trying to strip the ball from him, but he just kept the ball going. Good pickup.
Good job there by Aaron Wilburn. He's picked up the snaps here since the middle of the first quarter. Here's a quick handoff here. It goes across the 40. Still chopping his feet.
Oh.
Almost a face mask there. It looks like 21 grabbed him.
Yeah, Javon Richardson on that stop right there.
Perezzo there on the catch, and of course is able to get in here and get some positive yards, maybe 3 out of it. So that's going to bring up 2nd and 7. They'll spot the ball on the left hash mark at the 38. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Quarterback going to stand back there. Aaron Wilburn is the quarterback. High snap. He pulls it out of the sky, throws it across the middle and in and out of the hands. And that's usually something number 12 doesn't miss. Trey Ryan. Flag on the field, and we're going to get some laundry. 3:27. That's one thing that will stop the clock.
That will stop the clock.
And we're got a big night here. We want to thank the hospitality
got
for
an ineligible man down the field there. One of those big offensive linemen just got a little overzealous.
Yeah, it happens. Again, a lot of guys getting some action, may not have gotten some action. So, they'll enjoy this win. And at midnight tonight, we start focusing on next week. That is week 4. That, of course, will take us to a very big game in multiple ways as we kind of wait to see what's going on here with this region play. Don't forget, they're only taking number 1 and number 2. And a lot of teams tonight will be knocked out of contention play across the state of South Carolina. 3:18 remaining. High snap again. Quick toss to 19. Here comes some speed across the 40 to the 30 to the 20. Oh, breaks. And he goes into the 10. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And look at that, ladies and gentlemen. In the end zone, Anthony Perez, he put on a break show into the end zone. And that's going to put 6 more on the board. And you're looking at 69. That one brought to you by our friends over at Gerald's.
Over at Gerald's. And I'm going to tell you what, man, he had some wheels on that thing. What an incredible run. Watch that move right there. And then, boom, he is off to the end zone. Great job, great speed. These guys are just having a lot of fun here now. I wish you could have seen the students in the bleachers that just leapt to their feet when that young man put that move on him.
Interesting, I mentioned Gerald's, and you mentioned just having fun. That's kind of the thing.
That's how it goes.
Handing out roses here on homecoming. It's all a big circle.
It's all a big circle.
Good times, and it is now 70-0 here at a 3:03 remaining. It is homecoming. Don't forget, we'll be right back as you're watching FD Sports TV. More of the fourth quarter coming up next. Welcome back, everybody, as we're live here on FD Sports TV. I'm Richie Allman alongside Eddie Tilley. Down on the sideline, and we've got Clinton Robinson Sr. My man's down there in some khaki pants, some Adidas shoes, and a nice collar shirt today, as we appreciate all that him and, of course, the first lady, if you will, down there handling business.
Keisha down there making it happen. You know, Keisha gives us a lot of our score updates from the sideline. She's the one that kind of gives us a sense and a feel for what's happening on the sidelines on both teams.
Right.
Both sides of the ball. She just does a great job of keeping up with all that. And keeping our main man straight on the sideline.
Yes, Lord, and that's a hand
That's a
in
lot.
itself, right?
That's a lot. That's a lot right there.
Don't forget, we'll have our player of the game brought to you by us four here in the, of course, broadcast team. Quick kick into the hands of number 3 for Stahl. He'll go across the 10 to the 15. He's still on his feet. Chop those legs, young man, to the 20, and that'll bring up a first down with 2:55, and the clock will not stop until the zeros hit on the board. And we will have our player of the game here coming after the game, and I already tell you who I'm voting for, and I'm on the board with whoever just put that one.
Yeah. I'm right there with you too, Richie. I mean, it's hard to beat, and we'll reveal it to you here at the end of the game. But I think we've got a unanimous decision on who our player of the game is going to be tonight. But it is still a hard decision because you had a lot of players that played great. We could just not even pick a player. Let's just give it to the defense. We could do that because those men, they just did a great job.
Or we can give it to this guy and he can share it with us.
There you go. He'll probably like that better.
Yeah, I think so. 2:51 remaining here. It's 70-0. It's all for Dorchester here on a night to remember. It is homecoming. They run the ball. Stahl does up to the 25-yard line. Shoulders and pads meet with number 14, the quarterback there. Mr. Of course, the young man who has been, I would say, the most productive in that position tonight. Of course, Mr. Davis has run out here. He's a sophomore, so he also comes back next year.
Yeah, and these guys are doing a great job. I'm just sitting here watching them, and I'm watching the interaction with the sidelines, and they're still jumping up. They're still getting back to the ball. They're still hustling, and that says a lot about that program at RB Stahl.
Don't forget, after the end of the game, we'll hear from our head coach, Coach LaPrade, as he will be in here with us to talk about all the exciting things from tonight's action. On the tackle there, number 41, and of course that's going to be LaShawn Griffin. Check that out, the senior. Defensive back, 5'11", $173, gets in on some action here tonight with 2 minutes and counting. Again, want to tell everybody, great job socially distanced tonight. We proved tonight that we can do this, ladies and gentlemen.
That's right.
We've got the band to the right, the student section to the left, and all of our closest friends in front of us, along with our football team, going to 3-0 after a big win here at homecoming as we lead 70-0 with 1:40 and counting. Here's the toss out coming to the home side as number 3, and he's met by number 9 and then introduced to the rest of our defensive team. And we'll meet Alec Chavis, senior defensive back, 5'11", $171. And that's something else. I mean, think about this. We're mentioning guys that may or may not have gotten in.
That's right.
Had we not had this lead, and they're seniors.
That's exactly
they're
right.
Juniors.
Yeah.
And that to me shows the depth of what we got here. And I got to tell you what. You know what? If you really want to give a game ball outside of the defense, you know who will you give it to? Well, it is tough, and I'm going to be honest with you. I am going to go ahead and tell you, I'll be a spoiler alert.
Go ahead.
Otis Mack Jr. gets this game ball, but I'm also going to do something else. I'm going to give it to a couple of coaches because I feel like they deserve it just as much as anybody, and that, of course, is Brent LaPrade for once again putting up this many points 3 weeks in a row, by the way. Ladies and gentlemen, almost 170 points in 3 weeks. And then Bobby Floyd. If you can coach anybody to a shutout, I don't care who you play.
Thank you.
My friend, you get a game ball.
That's exactly right, man. Great job by Coach for doing that. I mean, that was just a phenomenal job. I love watching these guys. 2 of the younger guys on the coaching staff, and they're going to be here for a very long time, and just love seeing what a little glimpse here of the future that's coming.
Can't wait to see some of the stats, as this will be our final play possibly of tonight's game as they run it up the middle. And, of course, that will bring us to the final zeros here across the board. Homecoming 2020 is in the books, and it's all for D tonight, 70-0. We, of course, able to handle an incredible showcase of talent on the offense, on the defense, and special teams did their thing as well. Quick break, coming back with your head coach right here on FD Sports TV. And welcome back, everybody. Let's head down to the sidelines as we're with our head coach on another win here tonight at homecoming.
For your support and have a great weekend.
All right, so let's see what we'll kind of wait and see what we got there. Unfortunately, I don't think we were able to pick up that interview there, but you start to kind of look at things here, and we're going to wrap it up here tonight. A great win tonight. We go down to 3-0 overall. We are now 2-0 in the region. We get ready to go to West Ashley next Friday night. We're not sure if they're going to pull out that win on the road as they're over Somerville. They're trailing, I believe, at the time 3-0. So this game is still in action here. But tonight, man, what a great job. Otis Mack Jr. is our player of the game. And as I mentioned, I'm going to give a couple coaches some balls so they can share it with their team. Brent LaPrade has now put up 70 points tonight, and after putting about 98 in the first two, very close to about 165 points in 3 games. Great job. Bobby Floyd, the new defensive coordinator, puts up a goose egg tonight with his defense, and that right there speaks volumes of itself there. He takes over the role, and he's done a great job. So another solid effort. We have some things to learn from, but we'll get better as the week gets closer.
There you go. It's been a great night. We appreciate all you folks for joining us here tonight. And again, big shout out to our sponsors that have been a part of this. The City of North Charleston, great place to work and live, and Wendy's and Zaxby's and Southeastern Spine, and of course Adidas and Raising Cane's. We'd love to have you join us as a sponsor as we head over to West Ashley next week. If you'd like to do that, just come to FD Sports TV or FDSports.com and let us know you're interested. Richie, take us out.
All right, guys, on behalf of all of us, from us, of course, to Joe Grammer, he's the producer of this show. I want to thank him for all that he does, the hours and the energy that him and his crew do, what they do so that we can do what we do. Guys, don't forget, next week, we're going to West Ashley. We'll travel down 61. We'll kick off the pregame at 7 o'clock right here on FD Sports TV, and it will be 7:30 kickoff for another region matchup, guys. On behalf of all of us, to all of you, congratulations. The Fort wins homecoming 2020, 70-0. We'll see you next week, guys.